Was on this day.
In 1974, Elton John started a 2-week run at number one on the UK album charts with his 8th studio release, Caribou, featuring the single, The Bitch Is Back.
Who was the bitch?
But she's back, I don't know.
Well, he is. He says
He's
in
the
the
bitch?
song,
Oh, is that what he says?
I'm a
I don't-
bitch, I'm a bitch, oh, the bitch is back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't really paid attention to the lyrics that much because all I hear in the song is the bitch is back. But so that clears that up. Now, so as we look at each other, we're broadcasting from our homes here, and we look at each other through this device. Microsoft Teams is the software we use, and that software also allows us to project to you on our website. You can see us at x96.com/live.
You can see what we see.
But what I'm seeing is not Katie, and I'm also seeing everything lagging behind.
Katie is there on x96.com/live, but she's not here on our private feed.
Mm-hmm.
But
Now, are we in time? Are we in sync?
You aren't. Carrie and I are, as far as I can tell.
Well, what I mean, just vocally, without any, without looking.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Audio's fine, yes.
Okay, all right. So I'll reboot this video in a minute and see if that works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just lagging a bit.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but as long as I can hear it the right way, that's fine. So, good weekend. All right.
Yeah?
It's okay. Did you do anything?
No. Watched.
Do you ever do anything?
No. Watched movies. Read. Okay. So, it was so hot yesterday that we couldn't be out on.
How hot was it? Wait.
We couldn't be out on the patio. It drove us inside to the AC. That's how hot it was, even under the big umbrellas. But here's. So I've been reading, and I ran out of comic books, and so I started going through all my other books, and I found the novelization for Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And I realized
is it as slow moving as the movie?
The book is actually quite good. Here's the thing. I read it when the movie came out in '79, and then I just stuck it on my shelf, and I just kept it because I thought it was funny. And I pull it out and started reading again because there was a lot of stuff that got past me when I was a kid and reading it. And now as an adult reading it, I'm like, man, Gene Roddenberry is horny.
Really? I don't remember
yes.
that from the movie.
I
I don't
either.
recall.
Well, see, they just kind of subtly hint to it in the movie, but he goes into great detail about, you remember Ilea, the bald woman?
Yeah.
Persis Kambata.
Persis Kambata. She was a Deltan, which is a new race that he introduced at that time. Mm-hmm. And he goes into great detail about they're an extremely sexual race.
Really?
Well, you see, they have pheromones. It's only hinted in the movie where she comes on board and Uhura says, she's Deltan, Captain. And then says, I'm looking forward to working with you. And he looks her in the eye, or she looks right at Kirk and says, my oath of celibacy is on record, Captain.
Well.
And that's
So
kind of all they hint at.
Well, why didn't they, if it's real sassy and really cool, so why didn't they do that in the movie to make the movie at least somewhat interesting? Because it wasn't.
But the Deltans refer to the humans as how'd they put it, sexually unevolved, or I can't remember how you put it. But they all have pheromones that are released when they walk into a room, and it makes everyone horny. Mm-hmm. And he talks about how Chekhov wanted to stand up to greet her, but couldn't.
Yeah, let's leave all of that stuff out. It's going to make the movie too interesting.
And I'm like, did Roddenberry write this? Because I know Alan Dean Foster did the screenplay. Is this And it's Roddenberry's name's all over it. And I'm like, he
could
was
have
horny.
had Chekhov just walk around the bridge holding a math book in front of himself. Could could have done that.
I mean, there are pages and pages about this, and I was just like, I don't remember any of this from when I was a kid.
Leave that out of the movie. It'll make it entirely too interesting. People might be excited by the movie if we put that in. Don't want to do that.
I was just sitting there.
That was the one with V'ger, right?
V'ger,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Which may have been a precursor to the Borg, as I read.
Oh, okay. We want to put that in either. That would make it too.
That would make it too interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's not make. Let's take everything of the out that's interesting, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should need a long tracking shot of the Starship Enterprise coming in.
You mean what I call spaceship porn?
Yeah. I know you like
See,
that.
Carrie
scene a
likes
lot.
that stuff.
I love that. You have to understand. Everybody talks about that scene, where they're circling the ship.
opening,
The opening where we get our first look at the ship. You got to remember, all we had was that bad TV series, with
With the ship hanging on a string.
Essentially, yes. Yeah. So that gratifying 5 minutes of going around this beautiful ship was. You
waited a long time for that.
Wait a minute.
It was for me.
Wait a minute. It was only 5 minutes?
It was
Are
less
you
than
sure?
5 minutes, actually.
Are you sure?
I'd have to time it, but I know it's
Because
less than 5 minutes.
It sure seems longer.
I timed it once, and it's only like 4.
I timed it once.
Because everyone was saying it was like 8 minutes. I'm like, no, come on. It's not 8 minutes.
Well, it
It's
seemed
4.
like 8 minutes.
It's 4. And it was for me.
I watched the new Charlize Theron.
As did I.
What's it called? The
Old
Warriors?
Guard.
The Old Guard. It had the germ of a really, really good movie, but it didn't quite make it.
Germinate?
I don't think. Yeah.
Well, this was the comment I made to Sue while we were watching it. I said, this is not a good movie.
Yeah.
But anytime I can watch Charlize Theron kick ass, I'm there for it. Because usually the movies that she does that, they're not great movies. And then I said, here's an experiment. Take any Tom Cruise movie. I don't care what it is, any Tom Cruise movie, and put Charlize Theron in the Tom Cruise role, and you've already got a better movie.
Oh.
Any Tom Cruise movie.
Huh? Why not?
Interview with the Vampire. Yeah? That
Better.
works too. Better.
I don't know.
Any Mission Impossible movie, better. Any Tom Cruise, Top Gun, better.
Jerry Maguire, come on. Jerry
Better.
Maguire.
Charlize Theron, better.
Show me the money. No, I just don't think it's. I don't know. It was too long,
It was a little long, yeah.
and it was so obviously a setup. You know what I mean? It was a setup movie.
Well, it's based on a comic book, so it's going to continue.
Yeah.
If it's a hit at all, it'll continue.
Yeah. But I don't know. I could just throughout the entire thing, I kept going. Yeah, they're just doing this to set it up for a series of movies, which I didn't know it was a comic book or a series or thing. It just acted like a. This isn't really the meat of what we're doing. That'll come later. This is just explaining everything in excruciating detail. So, I did really like though the idea of that one old guard warrior being trapped under the ocean in a for centuries. What has she been there for 500 years or something like that?
In an Iron Maiden.
Yeah, trapped and still alive. Trapped.
Well,
under
dying
the water.
and then living, dying and then living
Yeah.
for 500 years.
Yeah, pretty cool. That was cool. Did you do anything exciting, Gina?
Well, we'll talk about it. Mm-hmm. How about at 7:45?
I've been writing my obituary.
Why?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've been talking about doing it, and Gina sort of inspired me to do this. Maybe I'll read you a couple of segments from it. But you inspired me, Gina, when you said, isn't it awful when you read an obituary and apparently nothing really interesting ever happened to this person and their life? So what I've set out to do is write the most incredibly boring obituary that I can about my life. Here, I'll give you one line, and then I know we got to go to
Yeah, we
break.
got to do hoops.
Here's one line from my obituary. He seldom missed a meal.
I like that.
I've got more.
Oh, I like that, actually.
He seldom missed a meal.
All right. Well, let's get this thing going then. 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to check in.
Yeah, check in with the Radio from Hell show. Say hi to us. What'd you do over the weekend, huh? Did you do anything as exciting as we did, like sit around and watch movies? 877-602-9696. I'd be interested to know if when you check in, if you have done anything social at all that's halfway normal. 877. Yeah.
Actually, I did this weekend, and I'll tell you about it coming up.
Okay. 877-602-9696. That's how you check in with the Radio from Hell show.
All right. Hoops Vision Correction. HOOPES Vision.com.
There's one thing we can thank 2020 for, and that's you've got you're focusing on yourself a lot. And one way you can focus on yourself is improve your vision with Hoops Vision. They want to help you focus on what's important to you with life-changing LASIK. Do what Carrie did, I did, family members, all of our family members, most of them have done, have the LASIK procedure at Hoops Vision and get rid of your glasses and your contact lenses, and then you can focus on the things that matter in your life. There's never been a better time than now to contact Hoops Vision. So book your free LASIK consultation at Hoops Vision today and have the vision that you deserve. Book your free consultation by just calling 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK. Or you can go to their website, hoopsvision.com. It's a free, no-obligation appointment at Hoops Vision.
Broadway.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just would. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, And they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade. Or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. Because so we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air. And I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead. He's dead." And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out. Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade. And he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Oh, hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer. And Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, Net, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
Because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No.
No. So that
He could have been hurt bad.
yeah, he could have. Yeah, I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, "Oh hell, he ain't dead." and then so we walked him in the parade.
All right, 6:22. Let's get this over with.
We'll officially begin the program in just a moment here and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Just check in. We'd like to know how you're doing, how you're feeling, and if you did anything interesting over the weekend. 877-602-9696. Gina?
Cash for Clunkers is back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you an additional $3,500 in trade value for your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
The moon is 45.1% of full. It is waning. The moon will set today at 2:28 p.m., today being Monday. It's the 13th day of July in the year of our Lord 2020, and this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred. Hi. Gina Barberi. Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Katie, for short, is the producer of the show, and I don't know who's helping out today. I assume Miriam is in the producer's booth, and
Skip.
Skip. Oh, Skip is here. All right. It's Barbershop Music Appreciation Day. I should have warned you. We could have opened with a barbershop quartet song.
No, I've got a
I
little.
love a good barbershop quartet. Embrace Your Geekness Day.
Well, I'm about to, unless people call.
Fool's Paradise Day. National French Fries Day.
Amen.
And even better, something that it's national. It says Beans and Franks Day, but Beanie Weenie Day. It's Beanie Weenie.
Well, and I always thought it was Franks and Beans. I thought Franks got the top billing and the beans were just accompaniments.
I think it just depends on what the mixture is. If it's more beans than Franks,
It's always more beans than
if there's
Franks.
just
always.
Yeah, but a lot of times there'll be so little Frank in the beans that you say it's beans and some Franks.
No,
But
I
if
reject
it's-
this premise because when you buy pork and beans in the can, was there any pork in there?
There was
There was
usually one piece of fat.
There was a lump of fat, all right, and pork took the top bill there. So
Yeah.
pork and beans. So I'm
Meat,
sorry.
meat
I
always
reject,
gets top billing.
Does
I
it?
reject
All
the
right.
premise.
It's certainly not worth arguing about. 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to check in. As I told you, I've been writing my obituary, trying to, and I've set out to try to write the most boring obituary possible. So one line I just read you that I came up with: he seldom missed a meal. But I'm also going to put this in my obituary. For many years, he lived in a home with a detached garage.
Detached garage.
I'm having a great time doing this.
I have to applaud that.
For many years, Bill lived in a home with a detached garage. I think I'm, the more I've gotten into doing this, and I've just been writing down these individual lines, I think I'm going to insist
Let this be your obituary.
that it be my obituary. He seldom missed a meal, and for many years, he lived in a home with a detached garage. So anyway, nobody's calling to check in.
You may as well be writing your obituary because
I
no
might
one's
then.
calling in.
Okay, then. I'm going to do it. If you go to x96.com/live, I'm going to recreate the Star Trek the Motion Picture. Here we go.
It's got to take at least 10 minutes, though, Carrie.
I'm getting there. We got plenty of time. No one's calling, so. x96.com/live if you'd like to see this.
Yeah.
You're doing it exactly how the movie
Oh,
tracked around
You know what? This is better.
oh,
the Enterprise.
that's some spaceship porn right there.
Yep, and then there, okay.
Yep, there
Oh,
you go.
Very slowly, very slowly.
There you go.
Around the back, and there it goes.
Uh-huh.
Coming into dock. All ahead full, Mr. Sulu.
I kind of wish in the movie you could see somebody's hands holding it like Carrie's home.
Yeah, it would have been more interesting. Well, I can read you some more of my boring obituary if you want. If nobody's going to call and check in at 877-602-9696, would you like to hear another line?
Sure.
Sure.
Obituary? The most boring obituary ever. Let's see. I can't read my writing.
Bill
Okay, here's
couldn't
one.
read his own writing off.
Bill loved the outdoors. He would often say, I love being outdoors. And then, being indoors, when he said this, he would then open a door and go outdoors. Okay, that's...
Yeah.
He seldom missed a meal. What is this? I can't read this one. He passed peacefully, surrounded by...
Yes.
He passed peacefully, surrounded by the very latest in medical equipment.
I like that.
There was
I
lots of
find it-
beeping
you know,
and
There were machines that go ghost.
the very latest.
Now, I'm willing to pay for your urn
Yeah.
if you allow me to include on it gone fishing. And a fish, a picture of a fish.
Sure.
He didn't care.
I know. Yeah, that's fine with me.
That's awesome. Yeah, there you go. Gone
Gone
fishing.
Taking a dirt nap. Bill pushing up daisies at last. I'll come
All
up with
right.
some more lines.
Let's traffic, Gina. Do you have some traffic?
Yeah, construction alert. The ramp from northbound US 40 to westbound I-80 near Silver Summit will be closed starting at 7 a.m. until Wednesday at 2 p.m. A detour route will be in place. Expect delays through that area. And we've got a crash southbound I-15 at 45th South exit ramp in Murray. The right shoulder is affected. That's the only crash I'm seeing. If you see something or you want to add a line to Bill's obituary, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News, Opinioendo, Amy Donaldson with sports coming up. And is this true? We got Chris Burbank on the phone at 7 o'clock?
Yep.
All right.
I think
you have any
he could,
questions for Chris
Yeah,
Burbank?
he could provide some good insight into the Sim Gill's decision not to charge the cops with use of excessive force and what's going on with all of that.
All right. So we will take a break. We will be back. X96.
I didn't do anything this week. I was such a slug this weekend.
Sometimes you need a sluggy weekend.
I didn't think.
Good for you.
How do you turn that off?
Alcohol.
Genius switch. How do you turn that off?
Alcohol. Alcohol.
What kind? What was your alcohol of
I-
choice this weekend?
Anything I could get. Whatever was handed to me, whatever was handy. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter?
No, didn't matter.
You weren't
I'll take-
discriminating
no.
about? No?
Why?
I'll take some of that, sure.
Is it good wine? It's good enough.
Yeah. I'll have some of that. You bet.
And you were just handed things?
Went out to dinner.
That's the way
went
it
out,
should be.
Went out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
You
and-
did? You did that going out on Valentine's?
Yeah.
That's brave.
Yep. Had a nice dinner at Copper Onion, and pork belly should be one of the major food groups.
I agree.
It really should be.
What was the pork belly on? Or was it
No,
just,
it was just pork
it was
belly.
just out there being pork belly?
Pork belly with some cherries and some Brussels sprouts and turnips. Just kind of as a little
side
starter,
dish?
a little starter to the evening, and then
Nice.
man.
Did you take in your surroundings? Did you look at the other people that chose to go out on Valentine's Day?
I
See
did.
How in love they are?
I
or
did.
Not?
There was it was it was very busy. Copper Onion was very busy. I assume all the restaurants were very busy on Saturday. Did you go out on Saturday?
No.
No. So the restaurant was very busy. To the table to our left, two guys out on a Valentine's date.
Guys?
And then a table across from us, a guy and two girls. And they kept they were quite annoying because the guy kept hanging a spoon on his nose. You know how you do? You take a
when you're
spoon
a
and
little kid.
yeah, and you hang it off the edge of your nose, or he would put it across his nose, and then he would insist on one of the girls taking a picture of him. And this kept going on, and then the spoon would slip off, and then he would just laugh uproariously.
Were these
And,
12-year-olds?
And they thought it was funny too.
No one's ever done this before.
And it kind of went on, seemed to go on and on and on and on. And then they had the waiter take a picture of the three of them together.
Can you believe
And
this?
it was just.
This has never happened.
And I kept trying to think, now, what kind of a Valentine's date is this?
Threesome date?
I guess he was
Poly-
maybe he was
polygamy
paying.
date?
Maybe he was paying for them.
That could be.
Could have been he
that
was.
that would explain why they were laughing at the spoon
Yeah,
show.
the
They
spoon
were
on
paid.
the nose.
They were
Hilarious.
paid.
Hilarious. Spoon on the nose. Man, this is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. And those were the only. But mostly I was just fixated on my sweetheart sitting across the table from me as we enjoyed a delicious meal.
I'm glad you did.
.635 right now. Let's get things going with our first check of Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market is now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, recognized as an essential grocery service and economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Kelly Preston, the actress who starred in movies like Jerry Maguire, most recently opposite her husband John Travolta in Gotti, has died. She was 57 years old. Preston died Sunday after a 2-year battle with breast cancer. John Travolta, her husband, wrote on Instagram, "It is with a very heavy heart that I inform you that my beautiful wife Kelly has lost her 2-year battle with breast cancer. She fought a courageous fight with the love and support of so many. My family and I will forever be grateful to her doctors and nurses at MD Anderson Cancer Center, all the medical centers that have helped, as well as her many friends and loved ones who've been by her side. Kelly's love and life will always be remembered. I will be taking some time to be there for my children who have lost their mother, so forgive me in advance if you don't hear from us in a while. But please know that I will feel your outpouring of love in the weeks and months ahead as we heal." The news of her breast cancer was a surprise to a lot of people. They kind of kept it quiet and wasn't really widely known before she died. In addition to Jerry Maguire, she was in Space Camp, Twins, Jack Frost, The Love of the Game, View from the Top, and The Cat in the Hat. And then she was in a bunch of movies with her husband, John Travolta, including Battlefield Earth.
Including Battlefield Earth?
Yes.
Highlighting
Including.
Battlefield Earth.
Why didn't you lead with that?
Yeah. Her most recent screen credit was in Gotti, 2018. She played Victoria Gotti, the wife of mob boss John Gotti, who was played by Travolta. And Naya Rivera, still missing. Authorities have widened their search for her, though they have yet to find the actress who disappeared on July 8th during a trip to Lake Piru with her son. In today's search for Naya Rivera, cabins and outbuildings at the surrounding area will be checked once again, as well as the shoreline. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office shared on Sunday. This has been part of an ongoing search effort since her disappearance on Wednesday. Boat crews continue to scan the lake. Speaking with People magazine on Sunday, Sergeant Shannon King confirmed that investigators had completed a search of the cabins near Lake Piru just to make sure that, nothing, just to make sure that maybe she'd, was hiding but nothing has changed. They're not occupied. Nothing came of it. King told People magazine, explaining that the larger focus of the search was the shoreline. Well, the COVID-19 pandemic is not getting any better in the state of Utah.
Nope.
In fact, going by nothing but the raw data, the situation has never been worse. Utah Department of Health reported 629 new cases on Sunday, capping the state's deadliest week since the pandemic arrived in the state in mid-March, or at least as best we can tell, mid-March. For For the 7-day period from July 6 to July 12, 4,532 new cases were reported, bringing the state's total to 29,484. The first time the total number has eclipsed 29,000. That means a 7-day rolling average has jumped to 664 new cases per day as of Sunday. Sunday's 629 new cases marks the 10th time in 11 days that new cases reached at least 500. More importantly, deaths are up statewide. Sunday brought 3 new deaths, leaving the total for July 6th through the 12th at 31.
But let's not mandate masks statewide.
Pat Bagley's cartoon today, I think it's today's cartoon, is pretty good. It shows a Gary Herbert driving a car, Spencer Cox sitting next to him, and behind them is a giant truck bearing down on them, and it says coronavirus, and there are horns honking, and Gary is saying to Spencer, "Do you hear something? Do you hear something? Oh, I don't know. I don't recognize that."
Yeah. Didn't the church say that everybody should wear masks? Mm-hmm. Didn't the church leaders say that?
Yes.
They released a statement finally, signed. Again, I read it today. It wasn't signed by the president of the church. It was signed by Utah elders, so and so and so and so and so and so.
Now, see, I thought it was the president of the church that signed it. So that's why Gary and Spencer aren't doing anything about mandating masks. As soon as they get it from the president of the church, then maybe they'll do something about it.
The White House is seeking to discredit Dr. Anthony Fauci because that's what's important right now.
Well,
Rather than dealing with the pandemic,
he's too
try
popular,
and make Fauci the bad guy.
He's too popular. He's more popular than Trump, so they got to bring him down.
He's the country's leading infectious disease expert as President Trump works to marginalize him and his dire warnings about the shortcomings of the U.S. coronavirus response. In a remarkable broadside by the Trump administration against one of its own, a White House official said Sunday that several White House officials are concerned about the number of times Dr. Fauci has been wrong about things. Not concerned about how many times the president has been wrong about the coronavirus, but how many times Dr. Fauci has been wrong.
Just saying wrong is wrong because it was a new virus, and we're learning as we go.
That's what
it's
science
not about
is.
being wrong. It's about
the official
learning
gave
as we
NBC
go.
News a list of. So this is from a White House official. They go to NBC and they say, here's a list of all the things that Fauci guy said that are wrong. Among them, Fauci's comments in January that the coronavirus was not a major threat, and his guidance in March that people shouldn't be walking around with masks. It was a move more characteristic of a political campaign furtively disseminating opposition research about an opponent than of a White House struggling to contain a pandemic that has killed more than 135,000 people. They don't care about that. They care about how it looks.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's all they've
Trump,
ever cared about.
But President Trump, he appeared in public wearing a mask, and he said, I think I look pretty good. I look like the Lone Ranger.
No, the Lone Ranger wore
He doesn't
over his
know.
eyes, and
Yeah, he
his
doesn't
nose
know.
and mouth were exposed. He's confused. He looks
He
more
has
like
no
Immortan
idea.
Joe from Mad Max Fury Road is what he looks like.
The federal government Utahns who have lost family members say the federal government and the state government are letting us down. Mm-hmm. They are letting us down by not providing adequate leadership.
Completely.
And you can't argue with that.
No.
Mitt Romney, Senator Mitt Romney, has lashed out at Donald Trump for commuting the prison sentence of Roger Stone. So Romney tweeted on Saturday.
Convicted on all counts. Guilty.
Romney tweeted on Saturday to share his strongest approval of President Trump's decision to commute the prison sentence of Roger Stone. The tweet reads, "Unprecedented historic corruption. An American president commutes the sentence of a person convicted by a jury of lying to shield that very president." gathering more than 410,000 likes and 124,000 retweets in less than 7 hours of posting. The move by the Utah Republican senator sparked controversy in the comments. Trump has commuted the sentence of his longtime political confidant Roger Stone, intervening in extraordinary fashion, a criminal case that was central to the Russia investigation and that concerned the president's own conduct. Robert Mueller also, an op-ed in the Washington Post, said, "The fact remains Roger Stone is still a convicted felon. He may not be serving a jail term, but that doesn't erase the fact that he is a convicted felon. 7 counts. 7 counts by a jury.
Well,
Not
and
just
you shouldn't be able to commute the sentence of somebody that was convicted of lying to protect you. That should not be.
Just a little thing there, you know.
Well, it seems to me that's the very person you should be trying to. That's the person you should commute their sentence, Gina. It makes perfect sense. A 21-year-old woman was arrested after investigators believe she failed to report a man dying from an overdose and for continuing to hang out with the body for hours after his death. This is in Provo. The Provo Police Department found the deceased man and the suspect, Francesca Delfina Farias Swenson, at America's Best Inn and Suites on Monday in Provo. Other motel guests called 911, claiming the woman was seen with a different man pushing the deceased's body into the parking lot on a wheeled office chair. First responders showed up to the motel room where Faria Swenson was and the victim were staying to realize that the man had been dead for some time. Investigators believe he died from a drug overdose. When asked why she didn't report his death, Faria Swenson explained she didn't want the police involved. So that makes perfect sense.
They might know I was doing drugs.
Investigators pressed her, asking if she regretted not calling 911 while the man was overdosing. According to the arresting document, she said she didn't do it because she was at peace. Investigators also believe she removed evidence of the overdose and tried to flush the contraband down the toilet. So she was seen pushing this body in a wheelchair all over the motel, in the halls, down, and then taking it out into the parking lot. She was arrested on 3 counts: reckless endangerment, obstruction of justice, and abuse or desecration of a human body. 2 News has reported on this woman before in the past. The Utah County Sheriff's Office arrested her in April of 2019 for kicking the windows of her boyfriend's car while being drunk on mouthwash. Additionally,
I remember that story.
Additionally, she asked to smoke a bowl before going to jail.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
2 News spoke with her directly after the incident, and she claims that the police gave misinformation to the media.
No, that
I didn't
sounds
say
about
that.
right.
Yeah. How much time do we have here?
Weather, traffic. I mean, if Amy's on the phone.
Is Amy there yet? Not there?
Not yet? Oh, okay.
So I just want to mention this. This is kind of a lead into sports. I love this. I just saw it just barely before we went on the air. Jim McMahon, of course, one of the most eccentric players in NFL history. Former Chicago Bears quarterback from Roy is still marching to the beat of his own drum. McMahon has played in a number of celebrity golf tournaments over the years, and those who have seen him on the course know he prefers to play barefoot. With the weather cooperating at the annual American Century Championship over the weekend, McMahon once again went with no shoes, drained a nice putt during the final round. He has never missed an American Century Championship in the 31 years the event has been held. His best finish was in 1992 when he came in 14th. And during that round, he also drank 11 Bloody Marys.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, not from the alcohol content, but all that citric acid, boy, that'll get you.
Man. It says here, considering he basically came up with his own version of the BYU Honor Code, we're not surprised really by anything McMahon does. If he ever wins the American Century Championship, it's probably safe to assume he enjoyed a few cocktails along the way.
All right. Weather, traffic.
So slightly cooler today, Carrie. You'll probably be able to go outside today. 92 for a high today.
Oh, yeah, it might be doable. Yeah.
It's still quite warm, but not 100 like it was over the weekend. The air is still bad, though. We've got no end in sight for the stagnant air. So if you could go to x96.com and remember our UCare program where we give you suggestions on how you can help. Trip chain and good times of day to mow your lawn or fill your car with gas. There are better times of day to do that. More tips like that at UCare on our rotating banner at x96.com. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-15, 45th South exit ramp in Murray. It's off to the right shoulder. And construction alert, we've got the ramp from northbound US 40 to westbound I-80. This is near Silver Summit. Will be closed until Wednesday at 2 p.m. A detour route will be in place. Expect delays throughout that area or check the UDOT app for more information. Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or their walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
All right, sports with Amy Donaldson, brought to you by...
During the month of July, Scott Hale's offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Amy Donaldson, sports reporter, reporter in general, and a fine writer. You can read Amy's stuff at DeseretNews.com.
Actually, that's the first thing I wanted to ask Amy about was a column from last week about high school sports.
Yeah.
And
are you wondering how they're going to do this?
well, specifically about how schools in Salt Lake City, where we are orange, are they going to be allowed to participate in anything?
As it stands right now, no. They can't. Under orange, you can't have more than 10 people gathered at a time. And I think for purposes of high school sports, I think the number is 20 at a time. And so there are kids doing voluntary workouts right now, so they can, like the football teams and volleyball teams can practice. I think you have some drill teams practicing, but they're not allowed to compete until the Salt Lake District kind of comes up with a plan to allow that to happen. And it's very distressing for those schools. You've got Skyline, 2.7 miles to the south of Highland High, and they'll be able to play because they're in Granite. Same with West Valley schools. Actually, West Valley has more cases than Salt Lake, but it's, and one thing that I think people should keep in mind is these are already disproportionately impacted families by this virus. Mm-hmm. So they have felt that impact in a very personal way, relative, maybe immediate family members getting sick or losing family members. And then you're looking at they're probably going to be going to school 1 day a week, 4 days a week online, and then they may not have activities or that may be severely limited. So it's something for people to consider that they're already disproportionately impacted, and what is this going to do to like educational opportunities or just mental health opportunities? It's a tough one. It's a really tough issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But there are going to be high school sports. So that is, I am actually working on a few stories on that that'll come out this week. Just sort of, I guess, fleshing out how hard it's going to be because you're talking about kids.
Mm-hmm.
You think there really will be high school sports?
Yeah, I do in certain parts of the state for sure. And I think they'll give it a try, on the Wasatch Front. But the problem is, like, you had a positive case at Highland, and then they shut down the program for two weeks. Everybody quarantined. Nobody else got sick. It was fine. But are you going to do that every time you have a positive case? And if you're in a hot spot, can you really – I mean, they said some teams will play 10 games. Some teams might play 3 games. But, can you really feel – I don't know, like that's equitable if you're – but – they're going to try. And my biggest issue with the college level as well is that, in Utah, they at least had come up with some skeletal plan, even though they're leaving most of the details to local school boards and local health authorities. I think the plan should have been made first. Like the Pac-12, most of the P5 conferences in college sports have gone to conference-only schedules this fall. And I think that gives everyone this false sense of security, like, oh, we can control things. We're all in the same boat. But you look at the Pac-12 alone. You're talking Washington, California, Arizona, 3 of the hottest spots with outbreaks there are, right?
Yeah.
And I think that there's no solid plan. When are they testing kids? What do they do if they have a positive? Who gets isolated? I mean, you have the DC United and Toronto FC match in the MLS's tournament. That match got postponed because of a positive and an inconclusive, and they're still not really clear on. I mean, you're getting these results back on these rapid tests. There's a little bit larger margin for error. So I just think if you test the kids on Thursday and you don't play till Saturday, how are you going to ensure they don't meet a girlfriend or, a couple buddies or even if it goes have dinner with some relatives, right? A lot of these kids are from out of state.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be a really difficult thing to control, and there's not a solid plan. And the other thing that's totally beside the point is, I know somebody who tried to get tested in one of these free testing zones in West Valley, and after an hour of waiting was told there's no more tests. How are we finding all these tests to test NBA and MLS and high school and college players as much as we need to, and we can't test people who are, just trying to live their lives or go to work?
Because money.
I know.
From the top down.
I know, Gina. Just got to throw the question out there.
I know. No, I'm glad you do.
Sports is important. Filling grocery orders is not.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, I do think it's important, and I understand that it's not just for a lot of people, it's not just a peripheral thing, but I did think there was a really great column, and I tweeted it, but it was asking the question, like, are people going to look at this in 10 or 20 years and say, they have this bubble of the NBA playing, the Jazz are going to play on July 30th, and outside you've got Florida with, like, the most horrific outbreak anywhere, 15,000 cases yesterday in one day. And people are dying, and you're inside playing basketball. Like it's sort of how I felt at times as a sports writer during, a school shooting or a major natural disaster. Like, does this matter? And it's hard because you feel like it does, but at the end of the day, does it?
Right.
No.
Would it really be
It's
terrible
hard.
if we all just sort of took a year off? Really, just from everything?
Any other?
I think you should all know today the Washington football team will no longer have a racist slur against Native Americans as a team mascot, and reports are that they'll announce today the suspension of that mascot that I will not say the name of, and they're going to take some time naming a new mascot, which I did also read that they've created a committee, which means it's going to be a cluster, and so good luck with that.
I have insight on that. The new mascot apparently is going to be named Paul. Now I don't know what it is.
Who is Paul?
But it's Paul.
I thought it was going to be the Karens. I would really like that.
Well, I love that the Globetrotters offered up Washington Generals. Said you could take that name if you'd like.
The
the
rumor
other thing
is
I would recommend. The
rumor is that it's going to be the Warriors, but they're in a trademark. They're discussing trademark issues with Golden State.
Oh yeah,
that's the
there's like
the
a
rumor.
million Warriors.
But I
hate when people are not creative.
I would point out that and it's a boner candidate, I think, in round 2. The Atlanta Braves have said, we're not going to change our name, but we're in discussions to we'll maybe stop doing the tomahawk chop.
Well, what about Cleveland? They also need to take a good hard look in the mirror right now. Their baseball team. But I would recommend reading Indian Country Today's story about this. I just think they've done a really good job covering it in a way that some of us in the regular media have not. And I do want to mention that RSL won this weekend. The Monarchs lost and the Utah Royals lost.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So there is
is
sports if you want to watch. Yeah.
Okay. Amy Donaldson, you can read her stuff in the Deseret News or follow her on Twitter or do both. Her Twitter is AD on Sports. Thanks,
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks.
All right, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, a friend of the program sent this in. Crashed northbound I-15 in Spanish Fork. One car blocking the left 2 lanes. They sent this in a few minutes ago and said UHP wasn't on the scene yet, but I bet they're there by now. They sent that in via text at 33986, so thank you for that. We also had an accident. Let me scroll down here. The exit ramp southbound I-15 on 45th South in Murray. That one is off to the right shoulder. That's traffic.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. Chris Burbank on the phone after these.
Former Salt Lake City Police Chief. We'll talk with him about the Sim Gill decision on Friday.
Also, round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for all of that. X96.
Oh, 801-359-9696 or 877-602-9696. But we have a lot of text questions. How about your health insurance, Ammon? They must be some. There must be some restrictions, or you have to have.
You must be risky.
You have to have special health insurance, or what?
I don't. It probably would be a good idea if you were going to do it.
You've had injuries.
That's a good idea.
Just thinking about this, are you? All right.
Hey,
Wait a minute.
why didn't I think of that? So what do you? I mean, has your health insurance covered you so far?
Yeah, on the cases where I've needed to go, a lot of the injuries are, you're just going to be sore. You can't really do much for it.
Cinch you up. We just cinch you up on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
Until that big brain injury comes around, then you're going to wish you had it. Let's see. Text question. This is not me, of course. I want to ride a bull once before I die. How would I go about doing this?
Good. Well, that's
his bucket list, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably easier than a lot of people think.
Make it the last item on your bucket list.
And finally.
Actually, the Broken Heart Rodeo Company has practice where they buck out some of their younger animals just to see how well they'll perform. And I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but usually it's every Wednesday night in Ogden at the Golden Spike Arena.
Really? Show up and
yeah, like there's kids from high school that come and get on, or guys from college that just haven't been riding for a while that want to get back in.
You have to pay a little fee to do it.
Yeah, I think it's like $20, and usually there's enough guys there that have the equipment that if somebody, I've been there before when people have shown up that have never been on an animal before.
I don't have my own rigging.
Yeah, they help them do it. So
listen to you.
That would be a good. And I know on the website, on the Golden Spike Arena website, there's a calendar, and it'll list on the days that they have practice.
All right. Let's see. How many bones have you broken? Pretty standard question.
Probably 5.
5. What was the most painful one? No, no pelvis, I hope.
No, my pelvis is functioning great.
That's good to hear.
Good news for your fiance there too.
My worst injury is probably my ankle when I broke it and dislocated it.
Have you ever seen a rider or bullfighter lose their life?
I have not.
That has not happened. Okay.
Not where I've been. Thank goodness.
Let's see.
Do you have to be a big guy to be a bullfighter?
Yeah, I would think because you're over 6 feet. I would think you'd want to be a little guy, like a smaller target.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm big or not, but this is my size, and the guy I work with is the guy that I fight bulls with. He's about my same size, and I kind of think of it as there's more cushion for the pushing, or I can take more of a hit. And so maybe if I was a little smaller, maybe if I was smaller, I'd break more bones because I got some padding. I don't know, but
let's see. Growing up in Franklin, Idaho, where there was nothing to do, have you ever gone cow tipping?
No. I actually we tried one time to see how close we could get, but they weren't really sleeping. So.
Well, you got to make sure.
Isn't that just a myth?
I kind of think it is.
You can't push a cow over when they're asleep.
Gina?
I'm going to look it up.
That's bull.
Look it up.
That's bull is what that is.
5 right now. We are broadcasting live from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live.
This is week 15, I think, that we've been...
Have you been keeping track?
I have. I got it written down here somewhere.
I've lost count, frankly.
What's today, the 13th? Yeah, this is week 15 we've been broadcasting from home.
Wow. And
What day is it?
And that number's going to get higher, I guarantee you. All right, let's go to the phones. This is Chris Burbank.
Former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank. Now he is the Vice President of Law Enforcement Strategy for the Center for Policing Equity, which is an organization that does... Explain what that organization does, Chris.
So we are an organization dedicated to taking science, applying it to policing, looking at what's going on, determining what is causing the bias in the outcome of the criminal justice system or policing, and seeing if we can't change that. Looking to see what is being interjected as far as police activity, what is being interjected as far as the public and the expectation that comes with it, and then again, trying to solve it so tomorrow we don't have another incident like we saw in Minneapolis.
Yeah. Chris Burbank was, of course, with the Salt Lake City Police Department as an officer starting in, I think, 1990 or 91. And then
91.
And you were chief for how many years here in Salt Lake?
For 9 years.
So you went through, I'm sure, many instances, just as now Chief Brown has been going through with officers who've used force against a suspect or a felon or a criminal, and then they have to be investigated, as these two officers were in the shooting of Mr. Karabal. Sim Gill presented his findings on Friday in a very lengthy presentation, saying that according to Utah law, he feels that the use of force was justified. Can you give us some insight into that whole process and what it was like when you had to go through it and what you saw? I assume you followed that case and looked at what Sim Gill was saying.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, the challenge that we have, the way the law is written, we look simply at that moment in time, that incident, and can the officer say that their life or another is threatened? Do they feel fear for their safety? And if they do, then it's justified, and it's a very small window that we look at. And it doesn't take into account what may have happened before, what led to it, the expectation of, should we be chasing this person? Should we be trying to stop this person in the first place? So what I have been actually, starting back when I was the police chief, but especially the last few years with the Center for Policing Equity, is looking at changing the standard. And this isn't trying to go, aha, gotcha, cops. No, this is changing the law so that you then change how you train police officers, who you hire, who you bring in, and then what the expectation is when they use force. So what you want to look at is the immediacy, right? Is there an immediate need, right? Not just a need, but is there, right, this compelling at that very moment? And then you want to look and say, is it necessary? Right? Because there's so many of these circumstances that begin from a traffic stop, from a minor interaction, right? And the necessity for that use of force, you scratch your head and say, boy, I don't want to be the one that stopped for, a taillight out and end up being shot. And then you want to look at the totality of that circumstance, which takes into account all of this. Right? Should we be taking the action that leads to this when the initial contact is really not significant enough to warrant deadly force somewhere down the road in this encounter?
Chris,
I think that before, so many are wrong. Go ahead.
Let me just ask you, so a lot of times, a lot of policing agencies now, and I think maybe you did this as well, said, for instance, a car chase. Car chases are not worth it. They, your high-speed chase through town or on the freeway trying to stop this, it's just not worth it because too many lives are put at risk. So they say, well, let's not chase them. We'll get them another way. And I wonder if that's similar to a foot chase, as happened in this case, as you're trying to chase down somebody on foot?
Oh, absolutely. Your parallel there is perfect, because those are the types of things. And again, what we tend to focus on is, the bad police officers, right? We could just change the bad police officers. But what we've found through research and science and looking at all these things across the country, what you do is you change what the expectation is. You change the behavior, or you modify the behavior that leads to that outcome. Then you don't need to do a hearts and minds thing, which is very difficult, right? To change who you are inside, though, is a hard thing. But to lay down rules that say you can't do X, Y, and Z that prevent the negative outcome, those are easy. And in most cases, the police, you can just sign that in a moment's notice. That doesn't even need to be put into law.
Yeah.
Gina has a question.
But how much of this is the responsibility of the police department to decide, and how much of it is the legislature to legislate the laws that they follow?
So there's a combination, right? There needs to be some change legislatively, both federal, state, and local. But most importantly, what we've gotten into, right, this hasn't changed. If you can understand, the level of violence in policing has not changed much at all in the last 30 years. It's a very flat trend line. So it's not like all of a sudden there's more of these incidents happening. There's more of these incidents that are being made public. And so why not say, no, we're going to do our part. We're going to make this change. Right? Sign off and say, no more consent searches. Because what we know is when you ask people for consent, there's tremendous bias interjected into that. Yeah. In fact, you're 8 times more likely as a black man in this nation to be asked for a consent search. And the majority of the time, the success, right, the efficacy of that effort, when you find the gun or the knife or, even marijuana or, whatever the illicit substance is you're looking for, falls below 3% in most jurisdictions. In fact, maybe it's just 1% of the time. This is stop and frisk in New York City.
Yeah.
And why do we pat ourselves on the back and say, boy, we're successful 1% of the time? Imagine if the listenership on your show is 1%.
Well, it is, actually.
You and I are having this conversation.
I mean, it's 1%. Chris Burbank, former Salt Lake Police Chief. Now, maybe you don't want to answer this question. You dealt with Sim Gill he was the district attorney when you were chief, I believe, and you had dealings with him. What did you think about his investigation into this whole thing and how he handled it?
Well, so Sim's hands are tied a little bit on this one because he is bound by that moment in time. He can't take into account the fact that this person fell down 3 times, that they were running away, and some of these other things. And so it becomes very difficult because I know Sim personally feels that the law needs to change so that he has a broader avenue in order to look at these things because it's just not within his purview.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's an administrative thing because administratively, I took those things into account and actually dismissed several officers for shootings they were involved in, even though Sim refused to file charges. Now, that is something that is so important for the public to hear because if an officer does not meet my expectation as a police chief, as the head of the Salt Lake City Police Department, they should not be a police officer, regardless of whether or not Sim Gill thinks they violated the law.
Okay. Chris, we got to go. I thought you would have some insight into this, and indeed you do. Please, thank you for coming on with us, and we can turn to you again, I hope, in the future.
Anytime. It's always my pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Chris Burbank.
Thank you, Chris.
Take care.
Thank you. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, we've got, let's see, that incident in Spanish Fork, northbound I-15 Main Street. 2 left lanes are closed there. A friend of the program let us know that they saw that. They sent it in via text at 33986. You can do the same, and we'll pass it along.
All right. So we got round 1 of your boners coming up. What do we got?
Here are the boner candidates. Now, I didn't title these. I think Skip or Miriam did. And they did a pretty good job. But the first one is, we're sorry for playing a concert in these trying times. I would have said, well, yeah, but at least we didn't burn 100 people this time. Boner candidate number 2, there's a lot of money standing up to Karens. And boner candidate number 3, I don't feel very defended by this.
All right, so round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Volkswagen Southtown, Gina.
Yes, Festus and I right now, we're sharing a 2020 Volkswagen Jetta, and it's a great car, especially when it's so hot during the summer because it's a pure white exterior, and even the inside is kind of light. It's this beige leatherette, very comfortable. It's got all the tech, the things that I like, the blind spot monitors, the rear traffic alert, the things that I feel safe driving with. They got it all in the Jetta. And they've got some amazing deals still going on now at Volkswagen Southtown. They want to make your life a little easier in 2020. They've got the buy now, buy later plan. They're offering 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, and 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. Buy a new car now at Volkswagen Southtown. You don't have to worry about your car payment, car insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year. Plus, you get as low as 0% APR for 6 years. Volkswagen Southtown wants to get you into a better future and into a better car. You can go see them just off 106 South on I-15, Volkswagen Southtown.
6 foot so.
Worried about the circus performers.
What are they going to do? Maybe they'll all be DJs in LA.
I heard the Feld Entertainment family say, we're closing down the circus, 146 years, and we have 400 employees, and we are going to do our best to find jobs for them. And then they went on to say, there is some difficulty finding jobs for people who have been living on a train most of their lives, like
their families,
like a train.
Yeah.
A train that travels around the country. Yeah. They live on a train. They're circus performers. This is the life they know. There's going to be some difficulty of job placement for them. So I don't know. I think maybe we should start some sort of program. If you can take in a circus performer,
won't you put refugee circus performer?
I don't want no circus people living next door to me.
No, now think about it. How handy it might be to have a circus performer of some sort living with you.
They could climb on your roof pretty easily.
Yeah.
I bet.
If you
clean out your gutters, I bet they could do that.
I bet they'd be very handy around the house. Circus performers would be they know how to do all kinds of things. They would know how to go next door and scam your neighbors out of stuff.
I don't trust them.
Yeah, they would know how to. I mean, if there are any, for instance, if you have neighborhood chickens, I'll bet they can steal chickens. Circus performers can do all
performers can steal chickens?
I think they know how to steal chickens. I think they know the best houses to get free meals. I think they know all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm glad you've been worried about this.
I'm worried about them,
and want to find a solution.
Where are they going to? But I did think about that. I mean, these people really have been. The Feld was one of the women, one of the daughters of the Feld family said, "We're going to try and job place, but some of these people have been living on the circus train most of their lives.
Maybe they can be engineers,
porters, waiters. I don't know." Conductors, brakemen. It's just weird.
Not near me. Don't trust them.
No.
7:20 right now, and it is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it goes forward. It's not Boner of the Day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We'll get 3 more, 3 different candidates there. And then we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So right now, pick your champion for round 1. Send it forward. Choose wisely. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
You'll get it someday. We don't just say things. We mean it. You'll get a Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. Katie's showing you right now at x96.com/live.
Yeah, you'll get it someday. You'll
get it.
Oh, you will. Here's Boner candidate number 1. Well, at least we didn't burn 100 people this time. Great White, the band, have apologized for playing a controversial show with no social distancing, no mandatory masks, no COVID-19 safety protocols whatsoever. Great White would like to address our Thursday, July 9th at First on First Dickinson Summer Nights concert in North Dakota, the band wrote. We understand that there were some people who are upset that we performed this show during this trying time. During this trying time. We assure you that we worked with the promoter. North Dakota's government recommends masks be worn. However, we are not in a position to enforce the laws. We had the luxury of hindsight, and we would like to apologize to those who disagree with our decision to fulfill our contractual agreement.
They wanted the money.
Yeah.
Once bitten, twice shy, folks.
As Great White noted, the show was part of Dickinson and North Dakota's First on First series. Of course, Great White, you remember February 2003, on stage in West Warwick, Rhode Island. They set off the pyrotechnics. The club catches on fire. 100 people burned to death.
Yep.
By the way, I think it was the drummer of the band, was one of the 100 who burned in the
Probably.
fire. I know it was one member of the band. Boner candidate number 1. Well, at least we didn't burn 100 people this time. There's Boner candidate number 2. There's a lot of money in standing up to Karens, apparently. Now, you'll see why this is a Boner candidate in a moment. An online fundraiser collecting tips for a San Diego Starbucks barista who denied service to a customer after the customer refused to wear a face mask has amassed over $100,000 in donations from supporters who believe the barista did the right thing.
Wow.
The GoFundMe page for barista Lenin Gutierrez, whose story has made national news, had reached $100,155 as of Tuesday. A message posted to the GoFundMe page on behalf of Gutierrez thanked supporters and noted that the donations would, quote, change the trajectory of Lenin's future for the better. According to the fundraising page, Mr. Gutierrez will receive 100% of the donations and plans to use the money to pursue his dreams of becoming a dancer. He also wants to donate to some organizations in the San Diego community. So what happened was, on June 22nd, San Diego resident Amber Lynn Gillies posted a photo of Mr. Gutierrez, the barista, on her Facebook page and said, "Meet Lennon from Starbucks, who refused to serve me because I'm not wearing a mask. Next time, I will wait for the cops and bring a medical exemption." Because I am a privileged... She has removed that post. Local TV spoke with her last week and said, "I've gotten death threats for this. I never even threatened him. I just called him out on his actions. I never threatened him, and I've received death threats, thousands of them. It's upsetting. It's very scary." Well, I don't think you should threaten this woman with death, but you could point out that she's a self-privileged, awful human being.
Mm-hmm.
But as it shows, there's lots of money when you stand up to Karens. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I don't feel very defended.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Okay, Gina, I hope this will put this to rest in your mind for a while now.
What's that?
Well, the new reality show shooting at the private zoo once owned by Joe Exotic, the Tiger King, was thrown. The show was thrown into turmoil because the crew thought that they'd found some human remains. Agents with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation and Garvin County Sheriff's deputies. I'm a Garvin County Sheriff's deputy. Rushed to the Greater Wynwood Exotic Animal Park on Friday after cadaver dogs were alerted by the handlers to the possibility of human remains. The dogs were in the park for the filming of Ghost Adventures episode. The zoo's current operator, Jeff Lowe, told the outlet. Jeff Lowe, he's a peach, too. But the supposed cadaver turned out to be just the remains of a small animal, not a human being. But they tweeted, one person tweeted, the Garvin County Sheriff says, no human remains were found on the site.
Well, no, and if you're implying that I will say that the Carol Baskin didn't murder her husband, that's the wrong tiger park. So no, his body wouldn't have been at that
she
tiger
fed him
park.
to other tigers. Is that what you're saying? All right.
Different tiger park.
And The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, the gentle giant that he is, continues to give back to frontline healthcare workers. He apparently had 700,000 bottles of water sitting around the house. And went, what are we going to do with all this water? I know. We'll donate it. Donated 700,000 bottles of water to frontline workers. Florida on Sunday reported the highest, this is yesterday, reported the highest single-day total of new coronavirus cases by any state since the start of the pandemic. 15,000 new cases in one day, eclipsing the previous high of 12,274 recorded in New York on April 4th. By the way, yesterday, New York, which clamped down really hard when coronavirus started to spread, yesterday, New York, not one death attributed to coronavirus.
So it can work if we all work together.
But Florida... And so I don't get this, and I was thinking of making this a boner candidate, but so Florida, what was that figure again? 17,000, whatever it was. 15,000. Disney says that they're still opening Disney World. Mm-hmm. They're going to enforce a strict policy on wearing masks, but there's an exception to that. The Orlando, Florida-based theme park has designated a handful of relaxation zones where guests are allowed to remove their face coverings, and some of those zones are indoors.
It's an infection zone.
Yeah, just call it that and get it over with.
Disney fan blogs, Walt Disney World News Today, and Inside the Magic Kingdom revealed the locations tucked away in the Magic Kingdom and at Animal Kingdom. The first mask-free oasis is at Pete's Silly Sideshow, a dimly lit space sprinkled with round wooden tables inside a tented room at Storybook Circus. The second is, I'm never going to go to a Disney park again. I swear to God. The second is at Pizzafari, a pizza canteen turned maskless sanctuary with a safari theme.
Who thought this was a good idea?
The room is adorned with wallpaper of cartoon reptiles and several colorful dining tables. A third location at Tomorrowland Terrace Restaurant is large, covered but open-air banquet space known for its dessert buffet during Disney's nightly fireworks spectacle.
Just a terrible idea to open the park, especially Florida.
Well, and it's really a terrible idea to name anything. What was it? Pizza
Safari.
And as somebody texted in, and this is absolutely right, the parks are open, but the corporate offices are closed. So that shows you
what they care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working from home.
Yeah, we're not going in, but
yeah,
you guys go ahead.
But you guys run the
sure.
park. You know, the executives, we're staying home. After revelers celebrated the 4th of July at a Michigan lake, some started testing positive for COVID-19, prompting health officials to warn other partygoers that they might have been infected too. The health department at Northwest Michigan said other health officials at the state reported that several people have tested positive after attending the festivities at Torch Lake Sandbar over the 4th of July holiday. Those who tested positive weren't able to identify everyone they had contact with, and therefore we want to make the public aware that if you are at that celebration, you are at risk for having the virus. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall says violent protests in the city will not be tolerated. Those thoughts echo those of Salt Lake City Police Chief Mike Brown, who said Friday, violence and vandalism during protests will no longer be tolerated. Mendenhall said the city has shown respect to protesters over 42 nights, adding, the violence and destruction we saw last night, and I think this was Friday night, will not be tolerated in the future. Early on Thursday, protests outside the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office. The police say they were a couple of blocks away from the protesters. It wasn't until windows started getting broken that police moved in to declare an unlawful assembly and disperse the crowd. Mayor Mendenhall said the decision to initially give protesters space was deliberate based on the best practices across the country. But now she says if it's becoming violent, then we're going to break it up. Now, there was a protest last night, and it was peaceful. There were a lot of people there, but at least they remained peaceful. Demonstrators marching through the streets around the Foothill area. The demonstration was peaceful, though police did block streets in the area around where Sim Gill lives. I don't take this to his house.
Well, and I think it was important that we had Chris Burbank on, hoping to explain, and we probably need to keep saying it. Sim Gill is limited within the parameters of the law.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's very strict about that. And I thought it was interesting that Chris Burbank said when he was chief and Sim Gill investigated some use of force, the officers that were under Chris Burbank's command, and because of the way the law is written, Sim Gill said, I can't bring charges against the officers, and Chris Burbank said, but I fired them anyway. Mm-hmm. I had the power to fire them, and I looked at all of that and said, they're not good cops. So I fired them. Hundreds of protesters met in Sunnyside Park before marching around for hours. Many people in surrounding neighborhoods came out onto their lawn to show support. It's cool to visit different neighborhoods because a lot of people, they can't go and attend protests, so it's cool to bring the protest to them. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and I was looking through this to see. So apparently George Soros' foundation has put about $220 million into a push for racial equality. And so I'm just looking at the line items of the $220 million, and I'm trying to see where our money is, and I haven't been able to.
Should be there, shouldn't it?
I haven't been able to locate it yet. That the money that he'll be giving to us because
according to several of my email, we are Soros funded, and that's what I'm basing it on. Is I've been told in our emails that we're Soros funded, so I'm expecting that money.
Well, we've never really hid that. I mean, so sure, George Soros, the last time I was at his house, he said, "Do you need car fare?"
There's a big truck that backs up to Broadway Media once a month, and they just dump bags of cash
and bricks that we then give to the protesters so they can break windows. That's another thing that we do. How much time do we have here?
Oh, I think you're good.
Okay.
Let's see, sports, weather, traffic, or just weather and traffic, whatever you've got there.
Sunny with a high near 92. There's some light winds in the morning, but not enough that's going to mix the air up. And the air is bad, and looks like we've got the same weather. I'm looking all the way through till Friday. We're in the 90s, and we gradually get warmer by the weekend. So that means please be mindful of your driving this week. You care about the air. You can go to x96.com, and there's a rotating banner there with some tips on little things you can do to help keep our air quality at least not get quite as bad as it has been. Crash southbound I-15 21st South in Salt Lake. We've also got that earlier accident in Spanish Fork. 2 left lanes closed there northbound I-15 at Main Street. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program had sent in anything via text at 33986. Nope, but that's always there. If you see something and want to share it, I will pass it along for you. That's traffic.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I don't feel very defended. The Utah group has been organizing what they call flash mobs, where they show up to grocery stores without masks. The group called Defending Utah has organized the demonstrations and said that they have plenty more planned for the future. Supporters who agree with their anti-mask message sign up on a phone list and get a text with the location of what store to meet at what day of the flash mob. In a world of masks, who's left to defend your rights? That's the question asked in a YouTube video made by Defending Utah. The video shows one of their demonstrations where they all walk into a store without their masks on. They're going to do it again and again and again until every single Thursday. The video goes on to say, now you don't have to shop in fear.
No,
I
opposite.
do. I shop
Spokesperson-
in fear if you're doing that.
A spokesperson for Defending Utah, Scott Bradley, Ph.D., wouldn't go on camera, but said the group sees mask requirements as an encroachment on their freedoms. Our freedoms are never lost at once, but through baby steps. The statewide mask campaign is an attempt by the state to break up the population into giving up control of their bodies before attempting further encroachments on our freedom.
Now, what makes more sense? That there's a virus and we're trying to stop it, or that the government is out to get you and it's this elaborate plan? And here's what we're going to do. We'll start with masks, and then which one?
Just keep
makes
pulling the
more
wool
sense?
over your eyes, sheeple. Just keep pulling the wool over your eyes. Bunch of sheep. That's all they are.
Well, you're not a PhD like this guy.
It's Ph.D.
He had to put that on there. 'Cause,
Yeah.
see, take me seriously. I'm not a...
Boner candidate number 3. I don't feel very defended.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, at least we didn't burn 100 people this time. The band Great White apologizing for playing a show with no masks or social distancing. Boner candidate number 2. There's a lot of money standing up to Karen's. Tips for a Starbucks barista who denied service to a customer not wearing a face mask pass $100,000. And boner candidate number 3. I don't feel very defended.
All right. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates that we just presented to you, which one of these 3 is the worst? Which one deserves to move forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it goes forward to the Boner Dome. We'll have another round of this at 8:20, round 2, 3 more, 3 different candidates. Get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other in the Boner Dome at 9:20 for Boner Fight. That is when you will decide Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1. Send it forward. Choose wisely. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Miriam will take your vote in the producer's booth. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting July 13, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see the box refresh, it should appear. I just, as soon as you get to the website, refresh it anyway, as far as I'm concerned. You have until the end of these messages to vote, so let's go. This is round one.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about, we...
Here's what Carrie and Bill are doing when they're not on the air in the distant future. The year 2525.
Oh, hello, boys.
Oh, hello there, Chunga. It's about time you showed up.
Sorry. Still got about an hour before airtime, though, boys. Thought maybe I'd change the brine in your pickle vats before we start the show.
Yeah, good idea. Mine's kind of reesty and cloudy. I mean, I can barely see you through the glass. Yeah, and my liquid isn't conducting the electrical impulses I need to blink my eyes.
You guys are amazing. I don't know of any other guys in radio who could have lost their bodies to disease, have their heads preserved in vats through the miracle of cryogenic science, and still go on with the show. I bow in the presence of greatness.
Yeah, and if I still had an ass, you'd be kissing it right now, buddy. Hey, come on, leave the kid alone. All right. He won't change the brine before we have to go on the air if you keep insulting him. Hey, any word on when our audio animatronic bodies are going to be ready, Chunga?
Well, I called Disney and they apologized for the mix-up with the last bodies they sent you boys. But Bill, I thought you looked pretty cool with your head on Little Mermaid body.
I wasn't any better off with that body than I am as just a disembodied head in a pickle vat. Who could walk on that tail?
Yeah, the Country Bear Jamboree body they sent me was ridiculous. I think Bill and I are going to be much happier when they send the Chip and Dale bodies.
God, ain't technology wonderful?
You said it, brother.
Only here in the year 2525 could two disembodied heads kept alive in pickle vats do a radio show.
And still come out to be about number 15 in the ratings.
Do you guys mind if I wait to change your fluid? I gotta go to the head.
The head. Real funny. What a comedian.
What?
Oh, nothing. Hey, watch out. You're jostling my back.
Ouch!
Help, pick me up. I'm going to die.
Hey, now maybe I can get a full-time gig on the Radio from Hell show. I knew someday I'd get ahead.
Get ahead. Now that's funny, Chunga.
Funny.
Okay, let's see, 7:44. Let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by a crispy pork stir fry.
And during the month of July, Scott Hale is offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number one. Well, at least we didn't burn up 100 people this time. The band Great White apologizing for playing a show with no social distancing, no one wearing masks, nothing. It wasn't our fault. It's the state of North Dakota's fault, really. Boner candidate number two. There's a lot of money standing up to Karens. When a Starbucks barista, young man named Lennon Gutierrez, denied service to a customer because the customer was not wearing a mask, she posted a picture of the Starbucks employee saying, "Next time, I'm just..." She pointed him out by name, Lenin Gutierrez, and next time, I'm going to call the cops if you won't serve me. And boner candidate number 3, I don't feel very defended. A Utah group organizing flash mobs at grocery stores to oppose the wearing of masks. And let's see, Jeffrey won a boner T-shirt, and the winner was, in fact, boner candidate number 3. I don't feel very defended.
That is your winner of round 1. It's not boner of the day yet. It has to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. And then we'll take them both and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day this morning. Okay. Let's see.
Wait, news.
You were asking what we did over the weekend.
Yeah.
And Festus and I recorded our first Remain Seated podcast since March something.
Festus being your son.
My oldest son, Festus.
Adult son.
And we hadn't recorded it since then. And he's going to post that episode right after Radio from Hell today, right at 10 o'clock. So you will get more in-depth on what I am about to tell you right now. There's Festus news.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you can see my little sign, the yellow sign behind me at x96.com/live.
Can we zoom in on that? Can we? I guess we can't really.
Here, I can zoom in. How about that? I'll
could
zoom. There we go.
She's picking it up.
She's pulling focus is what she's doing.
Can you read that?
Proud parent of a sailor. He's joined the village people.
Festus has joined the Navy. He's going to be a sailor.
We've got that big inland port that they're building out by the airport. So
I have so many questions. First,
why,
and
then why the Navy?
Well, so like I said, we'll go into more detail on the Remain Seated podcast, but I will just tell you that Festus has been angling to join the military for a while now. This is not a sudden decision of his. He's wanted to do something, and he's very specific about it. This is for country, not for government, kind of thing. This is.
Oh. He's like Captain America that way.
Yes. And a couple of reasons for the Navy. One of them is their tattoo policy, and that's not a joke. Their tattoo policy is different than they actually
you have to have a tattoo to be in the Navy.
Yeah, but doesn't he have to get an anchor here and an anchor here?
Yes.
On his forearms.
Yes. Like Popeye,
Yeah.
But seriously, there are some branches of the military that you can only have tattoos from like the elbow up to the shoulder, and he's got them all the way down I kid. That is part of it, though.
Yeah.
Also, he wants to be a medic, and the Navy kind of specializes in that, and he will kind of go to medical school to learn how to be a medic, and that way when he comes out of the Navy he could do EMT stuff, paramedic stuff.
But the main reason really is the Navy gets the gravy while the Army gets the beans.
But he's in a month gonna leave and go to
ship out.
Where does he
go?
go?
That's what I said. Are you shipping it? They should actually pull up a ship here in Salt Lake.
We've got the inland port out there.
But they do boot camp at Navy Pier in Chicago. That's not just a shopping place. It's an actual Navy pier where he will have.
Well, how long will he be gone?
So boot camp is 10 weeks. It's usually 8 weeks, but there's a 2-week quarantine before he goes. And then, depending on the actual job he gets, then he'll go to, like, if it's the medic job, he'll go to a special school for that. But he will be gone. I mean, he'll be in the Navy for 5 years at least.
Is he gonna? And he's gonna go help He's gonna go help raise the flag at Guadalcanal. And...
Well, they said for probably he will be either at like San Diego or in Washington, or he'll be somewhere not very far away.
Ooh,
which
maybe,
is nice.
well, maybe he could be on a submarine.
Maybe. Do they do that? I don't even know.
Yeah,
I don't even know. So this wasn't a rash decision. He's been working toward it for a while, and I'm proud of him. He's looking at his career opportunities going forward.
I don't understand why he's been working at it for a while. All he had to do is go say, "I'd like to join up, please," and they'll say, "Okay."
No, you have to pass. You have to pass physical tests. You have to pass written tests. They don't just take everybody.
Oh, they'd even take me. They'd even take me at this point.
Especially for what he wants to do. You have to score a certain score on your whatever test if you want to be a medic. And
they ask you your name, and if you get 50% on that, they'll take you.
Then they take you. No, it's not true. And plus the uniforms, cool. Plus, does
he get to wear bell bottoms?
Yeah, and the little scarf, and the little white hat. And like Maverick, Top Gun, that's the Navy. Mm-hmm. And you know how I feel about Top Gun.
They got planes, and they got submarines, and they got aircraft carriers. He could be one of those guys who stands on the aircraft carrier, and then his life is always in desperate danger because he's landing the planes, onto the aircraft carrier.
But it will be weird not having him close by because
I had a friend whose brother was a Navy pilot, an aircraft carrier, and he said, "I said, well, what's it like trying to land a plane on a ship out at sea?" And he said, "Well, it's a big ship. An aircraft carrier is a big thing, but when you're up there," he said, and especially the first time. You're up in the air, and you look down, and it looks like it's about the size of a postage stamp.
Like there's no way
and then it's moving. He said it's so big, but it's still it's moving. So what you're doing is landing on this thing that's always moving. He said it's quite nerve-wracking the first couple of times you do it. But.
Somebody's asking, what does your son's wife think? Because Festus is married.
Yeah.
She's all in on it. Now she grew up it's almost like being a military brat. She was an entertainment brat because remember her dad is a Elton John impersonator who worked all over
in the Navy,
world,
which was great.
And so she's like, this is great. I want to go live other places and do it. She's all in with it.
He was a naval Elton John impersonator.
But now the bigger question is, this is all very exciting and important, but what's the future of the Remain Seated podcast?
Well, so
that's really the big question.
I didn't even think about that.
You don't care. So we recorded one this weekend, which we'll post today.
Okay.
And until he ships out, we will record new episodes. And we'll try to do.
You have to say ships out. Can't you just say until he leaves?
Yeah, no, he ships out.
You've got to say ships out, okay.
I am the proud parent of a sailor. I have to use the jargon.
Even though he won't be getting on a ship, he'll be getting on a plane or a Greyhound bus or something.
But he sort of waits, because he wants a specific job, he doesn't know when he will ship out. So he's got his recruiter is trying to get him the job that he wants, so we kind of are in limbo, but until he leaves, we will record as many as we can.
I agree with Andrew in the chat room. This is just an elaborate scheme to get out of doing the podcast, really. That's what this is.
So when does he officially, a naval man, a sailor.
He's sworn in already, so technically he's
Really?
Oh, he's
so
Navy.
So is he? Are they starting to pay him already?
not till he ships out, but
You mean leaves?
He's a Navy. He's a Navy.
That's
He's
an
a
inland. So there are inland. I mean, the Navy Pier. That's an actual naval base.
yeah,
right?
and there's actually Nevada has a naval. It's you would think they would all be on the coast, but there's
a
places he could end up inland.
My wife is asking, what about his rock and roll career?
So that's a question people were asking, and that's always there in the background. He wants to do this now. He can go back to that later, but
The Navy has a band.
It's true.
They do. Listen. My friend Jerry James, when he joined the Army, this is before I knew him, and his job was to be a stage manager and director for the Army, for this traveling Army show that they did. And that's
So
what he
maybe
did
he'll
in the
do
Army.
that.
Yeah.
he's
right.
looking ahead.
Well,
he's taking,
I'm looking ahead to the future of the Remain Seated podcast.
well, we'll do as many as we can.
Well, but I mean, after that, you've got to be thinking further down the road.
I can't do it without him. How do I do it without him?
That's my question.
Oh.
Okay,
we'll
I'll
talk
do it
about
with
it.
you. I'll do it with you.
We'll figure something out. All
We'll
right.
figure something out.
We'll take a break here and be back. Bill Frost talking TV after these. Traffic, Gina. Traffic.
Crash southbound Bangor Highway at 100th South, it looks like. Right shoulder being affected there. And we've got crash southbound I-15 21st South, although that should be clearing up pretty quick. Actually, if you see something about that, you can let me know. Text it to us, 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Bill Frost talking TV. Round 2 of your boners. Big boy news all coming up. Stand by. X96.
The school supplies many of us take for granted. A new backpack.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think
you're
but I think
you're
it might be
Italian. You
Veneto.
should no, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals.
Without-
It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner Marco came out and he said, "I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone. As the New York strip on one side and the filet on the other, and it's so big the whole table can share it."
Wow.
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us
raw meat right here.
Yeah, and it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old, and then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of
what?
Like green and white.
Where did he have that in his pocket?
No,
Did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you. I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
will be
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, "Now I'm going to go back and cook it."
Come
But
here,
I
come
just
here.
show.
There you go. All right.
So she.
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But 4 people
for
shared
eating-
it. 4 people shared
for
it.
eating a $100 steak.
And
It was. I've never tasted anything like it.
It was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other
level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle.
No,
way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was just had little bits of it, but
you way to go, 1%er.
Okay. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
yes, moving and need a new connection. CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, here he is, Bill Frost. He writes a monthly column called Content Shifter for Slug Magazine. He hosts the TV Tan podcast, and he's also a musician with 2 or 3 different bands, I believe. And you can find all of that stuff at billfrost.tv. And here he is, the aforementioned Bill Frost. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing okay. Still in the basement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, all right.
Call it the Wrighton Dungeon.
The Wrighton Dungeon, okay.
The Wrighton Dungeon. That's where it all happens.
I'm going to call my basement the Talking Dungeon then.
Yes. It works for all occasions.
Mm-hmm.
This will make Bill groan. There's another streaming service launching this week.
Yeah, I already have it. It's on.
Okay.
It comes with Xfinity.
Yes.
The Peacock.
It's launching for the rest of the world on Wednesday. It's called Peacock, and it's kind of like CBS All Access in that it has 2 different tiers. It's got a $5 one and a $10 one, but it also has a free one, which is kind of unusual among these things. This is from NBC Universal. So it's going to be the home of The Office starting in 2021, and sometime in the fall, Parks and Recreation will be exclusive to that, and other shows like Battlestar Galactica. But they're also launching with some original shows this week, one of which is Psych 2 Lassie Come Home, the second Psych movie.
Huh?
Psych. You know, the funny show from USA.
The TV show.
He's a psychic detective.
Yeah.
But not really.
But it's Lassie Come Home? I don't get it.
Yeah, well, it's their police chief is named Detective Lassiter, therefore they call him Lassie.
Oh, so there's no dog on the show.
Okay.
There's no dog.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay.
No.
We were confused.
Yeah.
This is a very popular show. It's got a lot of fans. And also, on the serious side, there's also a new series launching on Wednesday on Peacock called Brave New World, based on the Aldous Huxley novel about a utopian society. Mm-hmm. And what could go wrong there?
Well, it's perfect for TV because they're all young and pretty.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
That was the whole point of the Brave New World.
Yeah, you just need to give up your privacy, your money, your family, basic history. And Demi Moore's in here. She's warning how things are going to go wrong.
No, but in that future they make you wear masks.
Yeah,
Well, we're
all
there
that.
then. We're already there.
and also a comedy starring David Schwimmer called Intelligence, about a cybercrime unit in Britain, and he's the cocky American coming to take it over, and wackiness ensues. I've seen some of this, and I think David Schwimmer needs a good ensemble. He's not really one to carry a comedy.
I see.
And for the kids,
The comedy's heavy. I can't carry it.
Yeah. For the kids, there's Cleopatra in Space, an animated series. It is just what it sounds like.
Okay.
It looks like Johnny Quest. It's very kind of old school animation to it.
Right.
Yeah. But the big news, this is kind of related to NBC. On Thursday, we have a 30 Rock reunion special that is filmed recently.
Oh, really?
Now I watched the trailer for this. They filmed it. It looks great quality, and it looks. This isn't like a Zoom thing.
No.
Oh, it's an actual show. Okay.
It's an actual show. It's a 1 hour special. It's called 30 Rock, a one-time special. And the premise is that they're the gang's getting back together to help Kenneth put together an advertiser presentation for NBC. And this is actually going to be an advertiser presentation for NBC for advertisers, of course. And so it's a very meta, and now they're showing it to the public.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So you're going to get a lot of advertisement for NBC shows, real ones.
Oh, okay.
It's like an infomercial, really, for NBC.
Well,
and on Friday, they're tricking you into learning about TV shows that are coming up on NBC. Yeah. On Friday on Hulu, the Into the Dark series from Blumhouse. It's kind of a monthly horror light anthology series. This current one for the month of July is called The Current Occupant. It's about a man in a mental asylum who believes he's the president of the United States, and he's been put there by a political conspiracy, or so he thinks. And it kind of moves back and forth between, is he crazy? Is this for real? And maybe we'll find out at the end.
Now let me ask it. Now, is this just a one-off episode?
Yes.
Is it a movie-length thing?
It's a movie-length thing. Yeah, they do this once a month on Hulu.
Okay, and are the past ones available?
Yes.
Okay.
Some are funnier than others. The last one they did with Judy Greer, Good Boy, was about a killer dog. He was a cute doggy who killed her enemies.
Okay, all right. I'll give it a try.
Yeah, and coming up on Sunday, now more than ever, the 5th season of United Shades of America with W. Kamau Bell.
Oh yeah,
on
good
CNN.
Show. It's a good show.
And yeah, and I'm not sure when most of this season was filmed, but he'll have something to talk about, definitely.
Yeah.
And season 2 of The Alienist, a show I still don't quite get, but I'm still watching it.
Yeah,
starring Dakota Fanning.
We watched the first season of it and enjoyed it. It's an enjoyable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's set in 1896. It's got a bit of a classic, the first go around of Penny Dreadful feel to it, but a little less supernatural.
Yeah, it's okay. It's entertaining.
Yeah, and that's kind of it for new stuff this week.
There's one on the website that you didn't mention. What is Absentia?
Oh yeah,
Absentia. What's that?
Absentia is a series starring Stana Katic from Castle. And what it is, she was a detective an FBI detective who went missing for 6 years during the hunt for a serial killer. And she reappears 6 years later. And now they're trying to pin the crimes on her. And now it's her trying to get out of this.
Okay, that sounds cool.
And this is the third season of this?
Third, yeah. I've been watching this on and off. It's kind of an interesting crime thriller. She's actually much better here than she was on Castle. They didn't give her much to do on Castle, really.
Okay. Well, you didn't need to because Captain Tight Pants could carry that show. You just
that is true. Yes,
she was just window dressing.
Captain Tight Pants.
Yeah.
Didn't you know that's Nathan Fillion's famous nickname?
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
That's what they call Nathan Fillion, is Captain Tight Pants from Firefly.
All right.
Anything else?
That's the week?
That is the week for now, yes.
Well, Bill and I talked about it earlier. We watched that Netflix movie, Charlize Theron and the Old Guard.
Yeah, I watched that back-to-back with Palm Springs. Two movies about people who can't die.
There you go. And then the other
I
one
like
I
Palm
watched.
Springs better.
Well, they're very different. The other thing that I watched this weekend was I finally got around, because we interviewed them at Sundance, the filmmakers that made the documentary Mucho Amor.
Yeah, about Mercado.
Walter Mercado.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an interesting little documentary.
It was okay? It was good?
It was good. If you're not aware of Walter Mercado, you'll watch this and you'll go, why didn't I ever hear about Walter Mercado?
Well, everyone should
know about Walter.
Everybody knew Walter Mercado.
Yeah, especially if you lived in Mexico, Central America, or South America. Or I guess he was from Puerto Rico.
No, he was big here in the States as well. I remember seeing him on
yeah.
Sally Jesse Raphael, I think it was, where I first saw him. But he was big here in the States. He's famous. But interesting character.
Bill, did you suggest that, or alert me to the ghost of Peter Sellers? Did you?
No, that sounds interesting.
No, that's a Sean Means recommendation, I think.
Oh, it was Means, that's right. It's a documentary about the director Peter Madoc, and he tried to make a movie 40 years ago called Ghosts of the Noonday Sun, or In the Noonday Sun, I think it is, and it's a comedy pirate movie, and Peter Sellers was the star, but it was just absolutely just an S show, just anything that could go wrong did go wrong, and Peter Sellers was notoriously weird and difficult to work with, and the movie, even though it was made, has never ever been released. It's so it's just about Peter Madoc looking back on what happened and why, and it's pretty interesting. But I wish there had been more Peter Sellers, is all.
All right, thank you, Bill Frost. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Okay, back to your writing. See you later.
Writing Cave.
Get to the writing cave.
Head to the writing cave.
All right, traffic, Gina.
Should be smooth sailing if you're on your way to the Wrighton Cave, because I have no accidents to tell you about. Do you have an accident to tell me about, though? Why, this is a two-way street here with the traffic. It's not just me telling you things. You tell me things. Text it to me, 33986.
Okay. We got round two of your boners coming up. What do we got?
Here are the titles. Number 1, we'll be reviewing the tomahawk chop. Number 2, well, I'm sure the schools will do what's right. And number 3, must have been a killer party.
All right, so we got round two of your boners. Big boy news coming up. Stand by for that. All on the way. Let's see. Let's see. It's Zero Res, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Zero Res.
Everybody's been talking clean. Well, Zero Res has been cleaning for 15 years here in the Valley. Zero Res Carpet Cleaner, the area's leader in clean carpets for your home or your office, and they have been for a long time, 15 years, as I said. With Zero Res, you get clean carpets that dry fast. They also do upholstery. If you have upholstered items, chairs, sofas, and so forth in your house, they clean the upholstery, dries fast. Also, Zero Res does tile. They seal your tile, clean it, and all of that kind of stuff. Now, they have thousands of reviews on Google with a 4.8 rating, the highest rated, most trusted Zero Res, the right way to clean. Schedule a carpet cleaning today. It's $33 per room. And then when you mention us, Radio from Hell, make sure you do that. You'll get a fourth room cleaned for free. Schedule your cleaning today. Call 801-288-9376. That's 288-ZERO, or go to Zero Res Carpet Cleaning.
All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is
exactly.
like this
In
giant...
what movie
in
is it?
Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot
Just coming out this summer.
that destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down?
No, I asked because, they
Or
are
boyfriends.
Or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't...
boyfriends.
Listen,
They're on the computer
You
all
take a girl.
day.
You take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end. Wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all
kind
I'm
of insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl.
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all.
Good Ogden girl. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
close. Yeah.
Almost.
It sounds to me like if this is what you're gonna do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true, and I know even up at the U they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question without getting too political. How is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was my
gonna
next
have the
question.
holodeck.
Where's my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it. So,
all right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is: do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
Perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and like
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
Architecture, don't you?
Yeah,
know what I mean?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney at gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day parade Saturday, you know.
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. $8:19 right now as we broadcast live from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live, and we're going to remain in our homes until further notice. Join us. I don't mean in our homes. I mean,
I live at here. Let me give you my address. It's
your address is x96.com/live. That's your address.
All right, so let's get to round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one do you think should be sent forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1. It's a good candidate. That's why I say choose strategically in round 2. So here we go. So let's get to it. You're going to send one of these forward, and we'll take both of the candidates and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner of the Day is decided by you. Right now, pick your champion to send forward for round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
It's fun to have something to look forward to, and you can look forward to your Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It. Katie is showing you right now at x96.com/live Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. We'll be reviewing the Tomahawk Chop. So the the Washington football team has announced that they're changing their name and their mascot. I don't believe they've said to what yet, but they've said we are changing it. The Atlanta Braves sent out an email to season ticket holders yesterday, and said, well, we will not be changing our nickname, but, we'll look at maybe seeing about doing the Tomahawk Chop. Now, the Tomahawk Chop is the fans do it mostly in the stands, and they make a chopping motion with their hand, like when they're winning, or because it's the Tomahawk Chop. The email was shared on Twitter by Paul Lucas, a journalist who runs the Uniwatch blog. He received it from a Braves season ticket holder. The Braves confirmed the contents of the email when contacted by ESPN. The Atlanta Braves honors, respects, and values the Native American community, the letter said. As an organization, we have always drawn strength from our diversity and respect for everyone. That will never change. Well, what about the Tomahawk Chop? Well, we're looking at that.
Well, and how do you stop people from doing it? That's something that the fans do. Are you going to throw people out if they do it?
It's always egged on by somebody, cheerleaders and things on the sidelines. So they kind of start it, and then the fans start doing it.
If you change the name of the team, it won't make sense to do that, and that's what would...
The name of the team is something you can control, as opposed to what the crowd does.
Yeah, they should change the name, not just look at something as insignificant, So, Boner candidate number 1, we will be reviewing the Tomahawk Chop. Here's Boner candidate number 2. I am sure that the schools will do what's right. For this woman to even go on television, I think, is just a shock that they allow this, that the Trump administration allows it. But President Trump spent a lot of last week talking about reopening public schools in the fall. As the Daily Beast reported, his campaign has done polling on the issue and found that it could be a winning electoral issue for him. The catch is that it's only a winning electoral issue if people actually trust that you will be able to responsibly reopen schools. For that reason, Trump's PR push is sort of self-defeating, because if you were actually the person who was going to be responsible for opening the public schools, you wouldn't have to just start thinking about it like now, and barely thinking about it. And perhaps you wouldn't make the point person for all of this Education Secretary Betsy DeVos. On CNN's State of the Union on Sunday, DeVos was asked by host Dana Bash to clarify what public health experts were telling her about the appropriate level of transmission for a school before it has to shut down. It gets at the big question at the heart of all of this. What's the plan? Everyone wants schools to reopen. It comes down to whether the conditions on the ground will allow it. Schools aren't little epidemiology labs. They need guidance. DeVos, though, acted as if she had just strolled into homeroom and found out that there was a test that day. Quote, every school should have plans for that situation to be able to pivot and ensure that kids can continue learning at a distance if they have to for a short period of time. Well, what's the plan? Well, the plan is to have plans. It's a plan. Dana Bash followed up. Well, why do you not have any guidance? Just weeks before you want the schools to open. What happens if there's an outbreak? Well, there's a really good example that has been utilized in the private sector and elsewhere, also with frontline workers in hospitals, and all of that data and all of those examples can be referenced by school leaders.
Word salad.
So our plan is that if there's an outbreak, that the schools should look to private industry and community. That's our plan.
So basically what
no
they're
plan.
saying is that you better start school in the fall, figure it out.
Schools
with no help from the government.
Here's another thing she said. Schools should do what's right on the ground at that time for their students and for their situation. Huh? There's no plan. They don't have a plan.
They don't have a plan. And they're not going to give you a plan, so they can't get blamed for the plan that they gave you.
And when Betsy DeVos said, and if schools don't start, we'll look at taking federal funding from the schools. And Mike Wallace on Fox, not Mike Wallace, his son, Chris Wallace said, you can't do that. Well, we have control of... No, you don't have the authority. The Secretary of Education does not have the authority to withhold funding, nor does the President have the authority to withhold the funding.
No. It's just astounding.
When will people realize that we are being governed, people who still support them, that they're being governed by morons?
35% of the country still loves this administration.
Anyway, boner candidate number 2, I'm sure schools will do what's right. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, must have been a killer party.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Sorry, one of my neighbors is doing really noisy yard work. Can you hear it?
Can't hear it, no.
Well, now that you
Little
pointed
bit,
out,
but
I
not.
can, yeah, but...
Iconoclad has a variety of washable filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Look,
well, let's all stop and listen to it, shall we?
Regardless of the fact that you're doing a radio show,
it's
8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing that
No.
time. It's 10 o'clock is when that kind of stuff should start.
Carrie, these people are they're the kind of people who get things done, okay? The day starts when the sun comes up. All right, Johnny Depp, so jealous of his ex-wife Amber Heard that she feared an outburst if she had to do a nude scene in a movie. According to documents in Depp's explosive London libel case against The Sun, the Pirates of the Caribbean star told the judge in the case that he was uncomfortable with the idea of her doing nudity. The Guardian reported on Saturday and told her she didn't have to be naked in films. Amber Heard's lawyer said she went so far as to hide her schedule from him so he wouldn't find out if a nude scene was planned.
What'd you do at work today, honey?
Nude scene.
Just the usual.
Nude scene. I hide my nude scenes from my wife, which she never sees me naked. Heard's lawyer said she went so far as to hide her schedule. He also didn't want her wearing any sassy outfits on the red carpet.
I just don't believe any of that.
Why? I do.
I just don't.
Again, something that's really not worth debating, I suppose. Bill Hader.
I sent you. Just Bill. I just wanted you to know I sent you. I don't know if you saw direct message on Twitter that they've closed the DMV in Draper due to positive COVID.
No, I didn't see that. So the DMV in Draper's closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't go there, you guys. If you're planning on heading there today, don't go. It's closed. You know why? COVID. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going to do the Bill Hader story now. Arizona reported more than 4,000 cases, newly confirmed coronavirus cases on Friday, the highest rate of infection per capita in the nation. The state health services department said 4,221 additional cases puts Arizona's case count at 116,892. Only 6 states, all with much larger populations, have more cases. So per capita, Arizona's doing better than anybody. Just outstripping everyone. The State Health Services Department said 4,221 additional cases puts their count at 116,892. That's amazing. My friend Jerry lives in Tucson, and I fear for his health. I really do. Here in Utah, Delene Redhorse had not been able to meet her 85-year-old father, who was in a room at the Four Corners Regional Care Center in Blanding, Utah, for months. The facility closed its doors to visitors March 13th to reduce the risk of coronavirus transmission, and when she visited, she usually just met him in the gazebo outside. Her father spoke the Navajo language, but very little English, and Ms. Redhorse felt that the visits were necessary to check in and ensure he was getting quality care. On each of those occasions, she took every possible precaution. She was careful to remain masked, socially distant when she met him outside, talked through him through the window. But she lives in Mexican Water, the Mexican Water chapter of the Navajo Nation, south of Bluff. She knew the disease should be taken seriously, but as it turns out, 50 positive coronavirus cases linked to that long-term care facility now in Blanding. 50. And she said that the facility's management team, when they brought her dad out, the person wheeling her out wasn't wearing a mask. And she said, "Where's your mask? I'm wearing one. Why aren't you wearing one?" "Oh, I left it in the room. I'm sorry." It's just unconscionable.
But we expect our school kids to follow the rules and remember to wear masks and social distance.
I love the headline for this story. I'm not going to go into the story. I just want to read you the headline. I've had it for a few days. Kind, K-I-N-D, it's those protein bars or whatever they are. Kind has recalled some granola due to unannounced sesame seeds.
Unannounced.
Well, they should be announced. They really should.
Yeah. I mean, sesame seeds should be announced. Here's a Kind bar, ladies and gentlemen, sesame seeds. And this final story for you.
Well, we have plenty of time if you'd like to do a couple, yeah.
Okay, let me do this one then, too.
We've got about 3 minutes.
Okay. Former special counsel Robert Mueller, in a very rare move, has written an op-ed for the Washington Post, defending his office's prosecution of Roger Stone and saying he's still a convicted felon, and rightly so, in light of President Trump's commutation of Stone's sentence. Quote, Congress also investigated and sought information from Mr. Stone. A jury later determined he lied repeatedly to members of Congress. He lied about the identity of his intermediary to WikiLeaks. He lied about the existence of written communications with his intermediary. He lied about denying that he had communicated with the Trump campaign about the timing of WikiLeaks releases. He, in fact, updated senior campaign officials repeatedly about WikiLeaks, and he tampered with a witness, imploring the witness to stonewall Congress. The jury ultimately convicted Mr. Stone of obstruction of a congressional investigation, 5 counts of making false statements to Congress, and tampering with a witness. Because his sentence has been commuted, he will not go to prison. But his conviction stands. That's not erased. He is a convicted felon. Trump on Friday commuted the sentence of a convicted felon, his longtime friend, Roger Stone. Man, again, I don't see how you can look at that and conjure anything other than corruption, corruption.
Complete and total.
They want to kill our cows.
And finally, this story. New candy from Hershey's. Hershey's has shared an early look at their Halloween line for this year, and they are not disappointing. Says, I've had bags of these in my home for about a week now. This is a person who's actually tried them, and let me tell you, it's going to be a happy Halloween. First up, a new flavor of Kit Kats called Witch's Brew. They're bright green, pretty spooky, and they taste like marshmallow cream, all wrapped up around the brand's iconic wafer. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hershey's cookies and cream fangs. You bite along the lines and they become they look kind of like fangs then you eat them.
Okay.
Hershey's Vampire Kisses for Halloween. These are vampire milk chocolate kisses. They look like the classic Hershey's Kiss with adorable bat foil wrapped around them, little bats on the foil, but you get a strawberry flavor when you bite into them. So it's like they have a little filling or strawberry flavor.
Oh, so it's like goo inside.
A little bit. And then finally, Reese's Frankencup. Peanut butter cups, Frankencup. It's milk chocolate with green cream. So I don't know what that means.
You mean green peanut butter?
It's green. No.
No.
So there's chocolate, and then there's a cream on the bottom, but it's green, and then the peanut butter stuff is inside, like it always is.
I think you're cute acting like there's going to be a Halloween this year. That's funny.
I was, going to bring that up.
Well, there is going to be a Halloween.
I'm going to be so mad because this year's Halloween falls on a Saturday.
I mean, there's not going to be any trick or treating, but there's still going to be a Halloween, and it doesn't affect me at all because no one ever comes to my house anyway for trick or treating. So I'm just going to buy a big bag of candy and eat it like I do every year. That's Halloween.
Sure. All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Nobody around me has a yard big enough to justify this noise that is still going on.
We can't hear it. We can't hear it.
After conceding just one goal in its first two 2020 matches before the COVID-19 suspension, RSL sharp again as the MSL restarted, getting a goal in each half to shut out rival Colorado 2-0 in the process. We had sports. It happened yesterday. It sort of feels normal for a second, doesn't it? Weather, it's hot and getting hotter again. Today, sunny, 92. By Friday, we'll be back up around 100 again, which means no mixing of the air, which means the air is bad. Go to x96.com. Look for our You Care campaign where we're trying to get you to make some small changes. It's not a big deal, trip chaining, saving your trips, mowing your lawn. Not at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Gino, we can't hear it.
You really can't?
No.
I can a little bit, but only because I'm focused on it.
Because she keeps pointing it out.
I'm sorry. So 92 for a high today. Traffic is, let's see, been pretty mild today. I don't even know if I have an accident to tell you about right now. So I'll take this opportunity since it's driving related. The DMV announced earlier today that their location in Draper closed until further notice. This is due to a COVID positive report. An employee tested positive over the weekend. They aren't saying when it will reopen. So if you have an appointment at that location, all of them are canceled. You will need to reschedule at another location. You can go to dmv.utah.gov to reschedule your appointment.
Might I suggest the Nevada DMV?
Maybe they're open.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Well, must have been a killer party. A man here in the United States who attended a COVID-19 party thinking that the virus was just a hoax has died after he became infected. His last words to the nurse at the hospital in San Antonio, Texas were, "I think I made a mistake. I thought this was a hoax, but it's not." Dr. Jane Appleby, chief medical officer at the hospital, said in a recorded statement, the unnamed patient, who was in his 30s, told a nurse that the COVID-19 parties were held by someone who had tested positive to see if the virus was real. The patient became critically ill and died. Dr. Appleby said she was sharing the story to raise awareness about COVID-19, as Bexar County, where the hospital is, has seen a spike in cases recently, because apparently there are a lot of stupid people living there. She said the rate of positive tests is 22% in that county. This is concerning. This is a concerning increase from a positive rate of about 5%. 5% a couple of weeks ago, several weeks ago. Now it's 22%, because presumably there are people like this guy who said, I think this is just a hoax. Let's get together and find out.
Well, and Orange 45 is retweeting that this might be a hoax this morning. Yeah.
Boner candidate number 3. Must have been a killer party.
Okay. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, we'll be reviewing the Tomahawk Chop. The Atlanta Braves are not going to change the name of the team, they say, but we'll see about maybe we won't do the Tomahawk Chop anymore. Boner candidate number 2, well, I'm sure the schools will do what's right. Betsy DeVos going on CNN and Fox asking about reopening schools. It was a disastrous round of appearances for Ms. DeVos, who seems to have no idea what's going on. And Boner candidate number 3, must have been a killer party.
Okay. It's time for you to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, this is round 2, of course. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1. It's a pretty good candidate from last hour. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other, and one of them will be decided Boner of the Day by you at 9:20 this morning. So right now, pick the one that you think should go forward, the champion for round 2. Choose strategically. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit. That number is all we need in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Get your vote via voice in there. Also, go to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 13, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. Okay, you have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2. Let's go.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic,
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I
frankly.
think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Pyro!
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog!
A little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me mad.
What are you gonna do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on this?
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No.
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't have-
this
no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get them.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while.
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. Just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
At 8:47, time to award round 2 of your boners.
Round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by German chocolate cake.
You were just talking the other day about how you love German chocolate cake, and now you had some.
My daughter made a German chocolate cake, and it was delicious.
And injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Boner candidate number 1, which was, we'll be reviewing the tomahawk chop. The Atlanta Braves, we're not going to change the name of the Braves, I don't think, but the tomahawk chop, that might be a little inappropriate. Maybe we'll do that. Boner candidate number 2, well, I'm sure the schools will do what's right. Betsy DeVos on CNN and on Fox asked about plans for reopening schools. She's the Secretary of Education, you know, and she didn't really seem to have a plan. I'm sure the schools will do what's right. It'll be okay. And boner candidate number 3 must have been a killer party. A man dies after attending a COVID-19 party. He said, I thought it was a hoax, but I guess it wasn't. Let's see. The winner, by a very large majority of votes. Boner candidate number 2, Betsy DeVos.
Oh. Well, and this is going to be an excellent boner fight at 9:20 this morning with the winner of round 1 and round 2 going against each other. You will pick boner of the day at 9:20. That's when that'll all go down. Stay tuned. All right. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Let's try that again. Yes. Unlike the Remain Seated podcast, there is a brand new episode every week.
Hey, we've got a new one coming out today. Give me some credit.
Okay. Brand new episode every week of GeekShowPodcast.com. The name of this episode this week is Hot Hook. All right. We got quite a few things that happened over the weekend. The one that I was most interested in is our first look at Star Trek Lower Decks.
Well, this is animated.
Animated series on CBS All Access. One of the writers from Rick and Morty is involved in it. And we got our first look at it.
We are so getting fired for this. Attention all decks. Lives are at stake.
Now, what this show...
Ooh, this is the new shuttle with the blast shield. The blast shield is the blast shield. And it comes down and it goes up.
See, it doesn't take place up on the bridge. Hence the name Star Trek Lower Decks. This is about regular not officers.
Not the rarefied air command.
The workers.
Yeah. Oh, no, definitely no to this and also that.
So that's what you're going to get. And again, Star Trek fans, it's a comedy.
You almost phasered me. Calm down. It's such a it was such a stun.
Yeah, it's a comedy. So I don't want any complaints from Star Trek fans about how it's not canon or anything like that. Mm-hmm. It's just a little fun show. Don't take it too seriously. Watch it and laugh, okay? Sometimes we Star Trek fans take our Trek a little too seriously, and that it stops being fun at that point. So just sit back and enjoy it. It's a little fun thing for you. Starts in August, beginning of August. All right. Another thing that we learned this weekend is, the Batman movie. Mm-hmm. So, Matt Reeves is directing, and you got Robert Pattinson is Batman in that one. They've already announced that there is on HBO Max, again, your streaming services, that they are putting out a TV series that is a spin-off of this movie. But the Batman won't be in it. It's going to take place in the Gotham City Police Department. Now, there was, for a while, a comic book called, I want to say it was called GCPD, Gotham City Police Department, and that was the comic book. It was just the day-to-day operations of the Gotham City Police Department.
Having to deal with that damn Commissioner Gordon.
Well, and that's the other thing is that Jeffrey Wright is, well, I don't know if he's Commissioner Gordon in this movie, but he's James Gordon in it. So would you have Jeffrey Wright on the regs on a series like this, or would he just show up every now and then? I don't know how this will work, but that's the wrinkle of this show, is that it takes place in that movie universe, in this upcoming new Batman movie universe. And so that will be coming up on your HBO Max. All right. Let's see. Bad news, Bill. I'm sorry.
What?
Because you were one of the people that were watching The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina on Netflix.
Yeah, I watched the first two seasons, started on the third, and went, nah, I don't like this anymore.
Third is all you're going to get.
No, that's okay.
Well, you're going to get some new episodes. Part 4 is what it's called. Yeah, so you will get that, but after that, it's all done. Canceled due to lack of interest. Yeah, all right. Okay. These horror movies that are coming out from Universal and Blumhouse, the Invisible Man movie, remember that?
Yeah.
Really, really good. And they're working on the rest of the Universal classic monsters, kind of reimagining them and all that. And so they announced that Ryan Gosling is going to be the Wolfman. They have decided, well, that guy that directed The Invisible Man, he seems to know what he's doing. Let's get him to do it. So Lee Winnell has been announced that he will be directing the Wolfman movie.
Well, that Peacock streaming service that Bill Frost was talking about, they have the classic Universal monster movies on that.
Oh, good.
Frankenstein, Wolfman with Lon Chaney, and all of those.
I've got those on Blu-ray. I was thinking about digging up The Creature from the Black Lagoon and watching it sometime this week, maybe. Let's see. Now this sounds interesting. When I read the premise of this, but then Blumhouse, again, the horror movie people, and Ryan Murphy are developing a film adaptation of Stephen King's short story, Mr. Harrigan's Phone, for Netflix. The story concerns a young boy who befriends an older billionaire after bonding over the man's first iPhone. When the man dies, The boy discovers that not everything dead is gone and finds himself able to communicate with his friend from the grave by leaving voicemails on the iPhone that was buried with him.
Yeah, sure.
No,
I like it.
No, I like that premise, right? But then I got thinking, isn't that a Twilight Zone or an Outer Limits with the phone cable dropped over or into the grave, and they were able to call the person, or the person could call them? I can't remember now.
I don't remember
exactly.
that, but
Anyway, so there was that. And finally, this. I'm just putting it under the category of no, just no, too soon. Host is the name of this movie. A Zoom-themed horror film shot entirely in quarantine will premiere on Shudder July 30th. The story concerns 6 friends who hire a medium to hold a seance over Zoom during the quarantine lockdown. But they get more than they bargained for, as things quickly go wrong when an evil spirit invades the home. No, I don't need a Zoom-based horror movie. I just don't. It's just too soon. I'm sorry.
Well, Zoom-based meetings are horror shows of their own. So.
Exactly.
I need escape from that.
Exactly. Yeah, it is a Twilight Zone, Nicole says, where a kid calls his grandma. And it's because the phone wire, the cable, somehow was over the grave or got buried in the grave or something like that. And so he was able to call his grandma. All right. Anyway, there you go. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, traffic is light this morning, so maybe you guys are caring about Utah's air and not out driving at all. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't care why. It's just good. There's no accidents to tell you about. You can always text us if you see something, though, and I'll pass it along. 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight coming up to determine Boner of the Day, a reasonable amount of news, and more. All that on the way. Stand by. Okay, we got to tell you about ranlife.com.
Yeah, I'm doing a refinance with RanLife. I did one before a few years ago. It's even easier to refinance now, and the rates are staggeringly low. RanLife, you can do almost everything you need to do on the phone and online with documents. You can sign documents online now, all of that kind of stuff. And refinancing can save you a bundle of money because the rates have gone down so much. Really look into it. Give RanLife a call, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. Talk to their qualified loan officers online on the phone, and they can probably tell you if a refi is good for your future. So ranlife.com is their website. You can go there as well. But really, talk to them on the phone. They can explain everything and do almost everything that needs to be done at 801-478-4500 for RanLife.
During
We started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips,
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
Now
The wasabi.
Now they have 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well. Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good. Not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot,
Now,
Tasty.
but they're flavorful.
now I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac and cheese here, and Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't
No,
care.
there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because of
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter.
Hello, I'm Kerry Jackson.
And I'm Bill Allred, and we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us.
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket. You know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran. I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, It's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it. No, thanks. I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
In 1985, Duran Duran became the first artist to have #1 on the U.S. singles chart with a James Bond theme. First ones, not Goldfinger, not something else.
Not Live and Let
I can't
Die?
think of. Not Live and Let Die. A View to a Kill.
Huh.
I know you didn't want that to happen, Bill, but you didn't have a better suggestion,
Well,
so that's what happened.
I didn't listen to any of it, so except for the last 10 seconds, so it didn't really matter that much to me. It was.
A texter says, that's the best Bond theme ever. Fight me! I would just say the Adele one actually was pretty good.
The which Adele? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite has always been
Goldfinger.
Live and Let Die.
Yeah, I'd put Live and Let Die in that category too. Better than Duran Duran. Yeah, I think so.
I've cut myself somewhere and I don't know where.
What?
Yeah.
Do you need a Band-Aid?
Well, I can't find out where it is though. So, I guess no.
What
Do
is
you
there
have
just
random blood?
Yeah.
blood is just showing up?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe somebody else is injured.
It's dripping from the ceiling. No, I really don't know where it came from. It's weird. I got a little spot on my shirt and.
Is it shaving? Because you did it shaving
No.
the other day.
No, I haven't shaved for a few days, so can't really tell. Because
Speaking of shaving, so I asked Festus, because he joined the Navy. We talked about it earlier. And you can hear more about it on the Remain Seated podcast. Yes, it's back. But I
For a
said,
limited time.
I said, are you going to shave your head before you go so you can do it, the way you want to do it? And he said, oh, no, you don't do that.
You don't?
They tease you if you shave your head prior to boot camp. You got to be part of the shaving process. And he said they charge you for it whether you need it or not. So, see, I'm learning all these things, all this
Secret
protocol.
Navy stuff, huh?
Yeah,
that's
secret
amazing
Navy.
knowledge. That's amazing knowledge. He's so will he be what's the first rank you have as you're in the Navy? Is it a yeoman? Is it a
seaman?
He's a seaman first class or just a seaman?
I don't know. I don't know how it works.
The different levels of seamen?
Yeah. We're not having this conversation.
What?
Things that must go this week will be people that go up to Festus and start singing the Village People to him. That's got to go. And
If you know what's really got to go is if you know anybody like that.
Everybody.
Really?
That's the first thing that
This is
occurs to
why I
people.
don't count myself as one of your inner or even outer circle of friends. because I would never do anything like that.
But you know it popped into your head when you first heard that Festus was joining the Navy. You can't deny that the Village people didn't jump into your head when you learned that.
Yes, I can.
I don't believe it.
Yes, I can. Now, Gina, I understand that it popped into your head because you're a simple creature. And
I think most people, when you say, hey, so-and-so joined the Navy, one of the first thoughts is,
No.
I
not
don't
me.
believe you that that didn't occur to you.
Okay, well, I don't think you'd like it, but if you want, you could try to live inside my head at some point. But I don't think you'd like it much.
The thing that popped in my head was an old Saturday Night Live bit from '79. Because the slogan was the Navy. It's not just a job; it's an adventure.
Yes,
right. I remember that. Mm-hmm.
And they did a parody of that. This is a bad recording, but it was the Navy. It's not just a job; it's an adventure, and it shows all of these guys in the Navy adventure, and it shows them doing laundry and mopping,
shining their shoes,
peeling potatoes.
Yeah,
it's an adventure.
It's an adventure.
And the closing was the Navy. It's not just a job. It's $7.47 an hour or something like that.
He'll have to go to sea at some point.
Yeah,
I would think. And it made me a little nervous, and I'm trying not to think about it because one thing that I don't think anybody should ever do again is go on a cruise.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm having to sort of put out of my head that there's a possibility he'll be stuck on a boat with people.
I didn't want to bring it up, but the military, and I don't know if it's the Army or which branch of the service or all branches of the service, they're downplaying it, but they're having serious problems with.
Well, yeah, you live in close quarters.
Infections.
It's bound to happen. So he said when he goes to boot camp, they quarantine everybody coming to boot camp for 2 weeks before you're actually in boot camp. Now, I don't know if that means they stick you in a hotel by yourself for 2 weeks. I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, of course they are. You're living in close quarters.
The first thing that popped into my head, Gina, was not in the Navy. It was, I wonder how much a parrot is and when he can get one.
They assign you one. They give you your uniform.
Don't you have to have him live on a parrot that sits on your shoulder and talks?
Bill was a big fan of the G.I. Joe cartoon, and Shipwreck was the sailor, and he had a parrot.
I was a big fan of Long John Silver.
I'll try to
get
Navy. I'll try to find that action figure for Festus, the Shipwreck action figure, G.I. Joe.
Oh, cool.
It'll be tough because it was a pretty popular figure, but I'll try to find it.
Long John wasn't in the Navy, but he was an old seafaring man. Sure he was.
I'm worried about sunscreen for him. I'm worried about him getting too much sun. I'm worried about all kinds of things.
Military conflict?
Seaman recruit is the lowest rank.
Trav
the Trash Man, his son is doing the Navy Corpsman thing. That's what the medic is called in the Navy Corpsman. He says, no guarantees on being on a boat. Limited space. My son's 3 years in and not seen any water. That's fine with me.
To me, it seems to me if you were going to join the Navy, that's what you would want. Was to be, on a boat, putting in different ports of call, all the pretty women that are waiting for the sailors to come off. Well, yeah, but there's married, and then there's being married while you're in the Navy.
Hello, sailor boy.
There you go.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with a reasonable amount of news. Boner Fight is on the way to determine Boner of the Day and more as we broadcast live from our homes. You can watch us at x96.com/live. Let's take a break here. You care about the air.
You care. UCAIR is a nonprofit statewide clean air partnership made up of representatives from a broad spectrum. The purpose of You Care Summer Ozone Campaign is to encourage you to work together to find ways of improving the air by making just little changes. every day makes a difference. Ozone season is different from inversion season. During the inversion season, you can see it. But the ozone season, often you don't see how crappy the air is in the summertime. It's sort of invisible, but boy, it's bad too. In ozone season, the chemistry and the heat form a new ozone every day, usually late in the day. So how can you help prevent that? Well, you can fuel or mow your lawn later in the evening or switch to electric lawn mowers and appliances. There are all kinds of things that you can do. Use Tier 3 gasoline in your vehicles, and most importantly, go to the website UCAIR, UCAIR.org for more.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was the it was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the
Einstein's
Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there and Artie overheard me. And I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out, but I just. And what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
Like in school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box.
Yes or no? She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, "Well, are you dating anybody?" "No, I'm not dating." "Well, are you talking to anybody?" And I said, "Well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college
for a year."
And she said, "Joe Jones?" She totally plucked his name out of the air, and I said, "How did you know?" And she said, "'Cause he was the best looking guy you went to school with." So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date, and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say it was a year of wooing via email.
It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story.
In 18 right now, and we do have Boner Fight coming up to determine who is Boner of the Day. We'll have that for you in about 7 or 8 minutes from now. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Iconoclad has a variety of washable filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South.
Well, they were quite an item for about 6 months. Bill Hader and Rachel Bilson, the Barry star, 42, and the OC alumna, 38, have amicably split.
How do you break up during COVID?
On a Zoom call. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm breaking up with you.
I think you say you can go quarantine by yourself. Go find a place and quarantine by yourself. Hader's rep was unavailable for comment. A representative for Bilson did not immediately respond. The pair publicly confirmed their relationship when they attended the Golden Globes together in January, holding hands as they made their way down the red carpet. They first sparked romance rumors when they were spotted grabbing coffee together in his hometown of Tulsa, Oklahoma, back in December. But it was not to be. Not to be. On a hot, humid summer Saturday night down the Jersey Shore, about 1,000 cars parked in a big parking lot seeking some semblance of normalcy. Normal on past Jersey Shore summer nights would be washed over with live music to sweat off the salty, sticky ocean mist while a bar band blasts through a cover of Bruce Springsteen's Badlands. It's a DJ bumping enough bass to blow the sand off your feet. This year, it was Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes on the boardwalk, who they got their start there as a house band at the Stone Pony. They took over an expanse of asphalt at the Monmouth Racetrack in Oceanport for a drive-in concert. Thousands of cars filled the parking lot, socially distanced, taillight to glowing taillight, and people sat up, went up through their moon roofs and things like that, or sat on the hoods of their cars, and pretty well, it was open air, and they were pretty well separated. And Southside Johnny kicked off the show with a song called "Better Days," and apparently there were some other acts, and apparently it was very nice. It was a great way to have a concert. So
nice,
yeah. Coronavirus here in Utah, It's really getting bad. The epidemic certainly not getting any better. In fact, we've gone from just raw data, the situation's never been worse. Utah Department of Health reported 629 new cases yesterday. That's the deadliest week since the pandemic arrived in mid-March. For the 7-day period from July 6 to July 12, 4,532 new cases were reported. Total has now eclipsed 29,000. It's 29,484. And the death toll has risen every day since July 5th. Utah eclipsed 200 for the first time on Wednesday. Then 7 new deaths brought the total to 201 on that day. And then I think there were 3 on Sunday as well.
Don't worry. Your school kids will figure it out.
Yeah. But we're still talking about that. So.
What's the Orange 45 slogan is, learn to live with this. Yeah.
A white poster board with red letters proclaiming "Don't shoot" is stuck to the top of a road closed sign. Another with "Justice for Bernardo" written is taped to the back of a park bench or a bus stop or a building. Wherever protesters march, the signs follow, and some are purposely left behind, reminders of the moment and the movement hours and sometimes weeks after demonstrators return home. A volunteer group called Local Propagandists have been screen printing many of those signs, sometimes as many as 4,000 signs a night by hand. It's a labor-intensive, physically and mentally, and they use their body weight to force ink through a stencil for every sign. This is a labor of love for these people. They are providing the signage for protests in downtown Salt Lake, and there have been a lot of signs by this group called Local Propagandists. So There's been a lot of talk recently, particularly since, well, mainly because of the Watchmen TV series about the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre in 1921.
Isn't
something
that a shame?
many
It
of us
takes a TV show to make us aware of something we should have learned in our history classes.
Something that many of us had not ever even heard of. And when I saw that on Watchmen, and I hadn't read anything about it before I watched the show, and I saw that and I said, now, is this real or is this made up? I mean, I still had a question at that point. But it was very real. They've been doing a test excavation for the Tulsa Race Massacre investigation for mass graves. They had put it on hold for a while, but they're going to resume this week. The test excavation, which was put on hold in March due to coronavirus, is part of a study to determine the presence or absence of human remains in the area, and if found, what state they are in. The initial geophysical investigation at the site identified a large anomaly which is consistent with a mass grave. But no one's saying it is a mass grave, it's just, it could be. The initial geophysical investigation said that you should excavate here, and they're going to be doing that today. As a city, we are committed to exploring what happened in 1921, said the mayor's office, through a collective and transparent process, filling gaps in our city's history and providing healing and justice to our community. In the past 99 years, no other agency of government entity has moved this far into an investigation that will seek the truth about what happened in Tulsa in 1921. There was a whole area, the Greenwood area. Tulsa was also known as Black Wall Street, very prosperous area that was black-owned businesses. There were several movie theaters. There was live theater, banks. There was a black-owned bank and restaurants, and it was a really vital area. And then there was some slight or imagined slight of a black young man on an elevator. The white woman who was the elevator operator said that he assaulted her or tried to assault her. And nobody, there are obviously no eyewitnesses anymore, but some people had said at the time, he tripped and he kind of just grabbed onto her to steady himself, and that was considered an assault, and she started talking about it, and so people armed themselves, white people armed themselves and went to that area, Black Wall Street, and started killing people. And there were planes. There was a plane that flew and dropped incendiary devices.
Yeah.
And they obliterated that whole area.
They just raised it. The only reason that I learned about it before the Watchmen series is because I was reading some interviews with Damon Lindelof talking about it, because the idea that he was even going to touch Watchmen was controversial in the geek world, and he talked about his approach and what it was going to be, and so I had to look into it, and that's how I learned about it. And secondly, as far as things that we need to learn from history, you're not going to learn it in your schools, I don't think. Everything that I've learned about history,
you will now.
Well, possibly. I mean, they just barely started teaching it in Oklahoma. It was not taught in Oklahoma, any of this stuff. Well, I mean, I'm not even just talking about just this. I'm saying in school you're going to get a very basic
other
history
stuff we
lesson.
don't know.
You've got to really look into history to learn anything about it. I mean, I was taught in high school those nice Chinese people helped build the railroad, and that was it. There's a lot more to that story than that.
Yep. And they should be taught, for
You
sure.
should be. All right.
So
One more quickie.
A quick story. Let's see. How about if you've been dreaming of going electric, particularly getting an electric car, and you can't afford to buy a Tesla, you can start really, really low now. The Changli, the world's cheapest electric car, will set you back just $930. $1,200 with $1,200 with larger batteries. You can order it online and it will be delivered to your door. Designed and produced by Chinese manufacturer Shangzhou Geely Car Industry, the Changli or Changli Nemika is a tiny electric vehicle that's been getting a lot of attention online after being promoted as the world's most affordable electric car. Calling this thing a car is kind of stretching it a bit. It's an electric motor, can only produce the equivalent of about 1.16 horsepower, has a top speed of 30 miles an hour, but it does come with some interesting features. Air conditioning, independent suspension,
You roll down
heater.
the window?
No, air conditioning,
Okay.
independent suspension, heater, radio, and a reverse view camera. But the most impressive thing about the Changli is you can have it delivered to your doorstep. Instead of having to go to a dealer and pay a premium, anybody can just order the Changli Nemika online, have it mailed to them. In fact, the only way to buy the world's cheapest car is to order it on Chinese marketplace Alibaba and have it shipped.
Do you have to assemble it?
The Changli measures 8.5 feet long. There's a 2-seat version, and then there's a little larger one as well, a 3-seat version. Let's see, do you have to assemble it?
Probably a little bit.
A little bit, but not much. It's like buying a golf cart, essentially.
I was going to say, it sounds like a golf cart to me.
Now, the whole the thing, I don't know, and it doesn't say here. So, you know, you can go from $900 to up to $1,500, but how much is the shipping? How much does it cost to ship it?
Oh, that's where they get you, Bill, is with the shipping. Yeah. That's where they get you.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour going up against the 8 o'clock winner. Number 1 was, I don't feel very defended. I don't know about you. This is a Utah group organizing flash mobs to show up at different grocery stores every Thursday at different times, whole mobs of people not wearing masks, and then going into the store because, well, we'll show you. That's Boner candidate number 1. Going against number 2, I'm sure the schools will do what is right. That's Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, on 2 different shows, at least, CNN and Fox, asked about school reopening. It was a disaster. She seemed to have no idea. Well, she did have no idea, not seem to. She had no idea about any plan to reopen the school. And, well, the schools, they'll look to the local business leaders and see what they're doing, and then they'll follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 2.
We don't have a plan, so you can't blame us for our plan.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to going here. This is Boner of the Day. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Or call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Just use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight July 13, 2020, and vote there. You won't see that box when you get there. Refresh when you get there, and you'll see that and vote via online. Easy. This is Boner of the Day. Let's go. Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said, I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the...
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay? So my lovely wife, Sue, who's just a dainty flower, she yelled at me, hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain. So, you know, as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
Take
she
a
did.
dump?
Yes,
Okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife, Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's, you're
Rich
I'm
food,
sure
yeah,
she
okay.
appreciates
a lot of
you
rich. Well,
discussing
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, yeah, there's a clogged. I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no. So, she's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
she's
say,
in
can
there.
you come back and...
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this. You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear. I'm blind.
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my wife,
you'd clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. Let's award boner of the day.
And that's brought to you in part by crispy pork stir fry and white rice.
And injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Boner candidate number one. I don't feel very well defended. I don't know about you, but I sure don't. These unmasked flash mobs. We're going to, every Thursday, and we'll show up at stores not wearing any masks, and we'll just go in and take over and show people that we're not sheep. We'll, going up against number two, Betsy DeVos, Secretary of Education, asked about reopening schools and what was the plan, and basically the plan, well, we don't really have a plan. The plan is not the plan. No, there's no, I know local school boards will know what to do. Local schools will know what to do. We don't need that. Well, then we don't need you. The winner, boner candidate number one, the flash mobs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. That's your boner of the day for July 13, 2020. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. All right, it's time for the wellness check.
Nicole Lamb, are you there?
She's checking our wellness.
I am here.
Nicole is, of course, with Nightingale College. Nightingale College of, is it the proper title, Nightingale College of Nursing, or just Nightingale College?
Just Nightingale College.
Okay. So I know you wanted to talk about nutrition this week, and I think one of the big questions is how come, I mean, I don't know, I put on 15 pounds probably being in kind of isolation and quarantine, because eating is one of the few things you can do.
Yeah.
So what do we do about that, Nicole? Overeating or stress eating?
Stress eating is, you really have to return to basics and ways to distract ourselves. I mean, often when we think that we're stressed, there's lots of science behind stress eating. It helps us feel grounded, but other things can do that as well. So going out and getting movement or working in your garden or something like that. Mm-hmm. But as far as basics and nutrition, you know, we think about a lot of different diets, and that food is more complicated because I don't know how many diets there are out there now. There was a class once for 30 diets you could try.
Oh, at least.
There are 30 different diets,
yeah,
you know,
least.
But
Mm-hmm.
the evidence really shows, going back to whole food, what nature intended, getting omega-3s is all important. So whole foods, plant-based diet, half your plate being vegetables. Mm-hmm. And really, like, when you're thinking about weight loss, right, adding in healthy food is so much easier than thinking about restricting yourself. I don't know about you guys, but the minute I start thinking about restricting myself, I get really hungry.
Yeah, absolutely.
I deserve to have this.
Yeah.
I've earned
Yes.
this.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm
absolutely
sad,
true.
I'm angry.
Why does it seem it seems so complicated to get good nutrition, but it really shouldn't be that complicated, should it?
No, right? I think that's when all the different diets are out there and they promote their take on things. Mm-hmm. But nutritional science says that it's not just, there's not a silver bullet. There's nourishing your body and feeding your cells well. And that is mostly plants, with adding in omega-3s and olive oil. So when we think about it, more plants, Mediterranean diet, than anything else, because those omega-3s feed your brain as well.
Mm-hmm. Where does the thinking stand on nutritional supplements these days?
If you can get it in your diet, you're better off. But it's difficult to get everything we need in our diet just because of how plants are harvested. Mm-hmm. So that it's more of a challenge. So I think it just depends. I mean, it's certainly not going to hurt anything to take a supplement, but most likely you're urinating it all out anyway.
Well, I don't want to take anything I'm going to urinate it all out. I mean, I got plenty of stuff in me to urinate out without adding another thing. So getting fresh food is still absolutely possible. It's still available. It's not like you can't, or you can grow it yourself too, right?
Yeah, gardening. So interesting with COVID, there's a lot more home gardens going in. The chickens sold out, so raising your own chickens sold out. Mm-hmm. What else did I see? Oh, beekeeping. Beekeeping's become really popular, right? So you can grow your plants, get your chickens, and have them pollinate all at the same time.
Your chickens aren't pollinators, are they? No, it's the bees.
The bees pollinating the plants, and the chickens scratching the ground.
Yeah. Who was it, Carrie? Was it you? Somebody was saying they went to buy some chickens a couple of months ago. I thought, I'm going to get into this, and Nicole just alluded to it. I was
Oh, yeah.
going
They're-
to buy
they're
some
selling-
chickens, and you couldn't find them. They were
Yeah,
all-
they're selling out all over the place. I don't recommend having your own chickens, frankly.
Yeah. I was going to say, Kerry wasn't getting his own chickens.
No.
He's had chickens.
Now, my sister-in-law has 5 or 6 chickens in her backyard, and they're not that much trouble for her. And boy, I get the eggs every once in a while, and they're great.
All right. Well, thank you, Nicole.
Nightingale College. You can find all of this kind of discussion. Are there some courses on nutrition there?
Yeah, so in the COVID-19, which is a free online course on our website, it has nutrition and exercise and stress reduction.
So it's just nightingale.edu, is that what it is?
EDU.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you, Nicole.
All right, you guys have a great day.
Bye.
very much. All right, we will take a break, and we will wrap this up after these. Stand by. Brooklinen.com is the website to go to. You've heard me talk about my Brooklinen sheets and how much I love them, how much the internet loves them. They are the internet's favorite sheets. But their towels are also amazing. Bath towels. Your daily routine, a little something extra with varying levels of plushness. The towel of your dreams is waiting to wrap you up at brooklinen.com. And with all this extra time that I have at home, it's nice to invest in a little softness and absorbency, something to kind of make things a little bit, make me feel better, you know? They're terrific. Plush, it makes you feel like you're going to do great as soon as you get out of the shower. They're terrific. You need to try the Brooklinen towels. The perfect place to find all the comforts of home at brooklinen.com, including the ultra-soft bath towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code JACKSON, my last name, JACKSON, for 10% off your first order from brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code JACKSON. Love their towels. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
So when is Seymour coming?
Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your aqua velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love Aqua Velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got you trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santa Quinn.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roid Away for trade. Tell Roid Away to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Carrie. I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The Mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Carrie. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink
On
leather.
the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever?
Yeah.
Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Carrie and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour, would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Hmm.
9:50.
So I've been writing my obituary.
Are you ill?
And I've been trying, and I've been trying to write the most boring obituary possible. And I've been getting some help from some
good.
people. So I've just been jotting down lines that I'm going to include in my obituary to make it the most boring obituary ever. Like, for many years, Bill lived in a home with a detached garage. Did I read you this one? Bill loved the outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
He would often say, "I love being out of doors," and then, being indoors, he would open the door and then go outdoors.
Fascinating.
But the all-knowing Suit, our mystery consultant, has been writing some lines for me for my obituary. Let's see. Bill's famous radio bit about whether something is a salad or not will be remembered by some. An avid newspaper reader, he seldom got paper cuts. He managed to find other trivial things to complain about, however. It's not bad. While a gifted actor, Bill cherished his roles of husband, father, and local celebrity most. He loved his pets. His cats were indifferent at best about him.
That's all too interesting.
I think that's too interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
If
like
you're aiming,
the detached garage.
yeah, along those lines, that's where you need to go. The stuff that the Suit, I read it, and I just went, that's too interesting. If you're shooting for a boring obituary.
Yeah. I mean, I thought one of my better lines was Bill passed peacefully, surrounded by various medical instruments.
I think that's terrific.
The latest.
Yeah, that's right. The latest medical instruments.
The very latest.
Bill, you could often find Bill lying in the grass. On
purpose?
Yeah, just lying in the
fall?
grass. Yeah. Well, you don't say. He enjoyed collecting.
But not what.
But don't say what.
But not what, because that's too interesting.
Exactly.
Bill enjoyed collecting and had an extensive one.
You got to think of a good in lieu of flowers, please.
Oh yeah,
donations to
donations.
What would be
to
a boring
boring
thing to donate to?
Yeah,
Think of that.
Guy in the chat room points out, hey, you ever notice how people die in alphabetical order?
What?
While you're reading the obituaries?
Jeez.
Oh, I see.
Boo.
Yeah, I'll work on it though, and I think I'm serious. I think I'll be serious about it. I mean, I'm going to write the world's most boring obituary and then insist that my family publish it. And it will say, Bill insisted we publish the obituary as is. It's the only thing he demanded that we ever agreed to.
Now here's a good line from a texter. Bill enjoyed reading the news and occasionally had an opinion about it.
Okay, pretty boring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And everyone
when
seems
Bill
to think...
When Bill wasn't watching TV, he was doing something else.
Bill was a member of a literary club. Not a book club.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a literary discussion group.
Oh, literary discussion. Not a book club.
No.
He emphatically denied being
Bill scorned book clubs. He insisted he was a member of a literary discussion. Yeah. That's just about as boring as you could possibly be.
Because a book club's fun. A literary discussion group is boring.
Bill was indifferent to snails.
Now people are insisting that you put a nickname in there and not explain it.
Bill.
Yeah, and it's got to be a really boring nickname. What would be a very
Buddy.
Buddy.
No,
Exactly.
No, Bud. That's
Bud.
worse.
Bill
Bud
Allred.
Allred.
Doi, doi.
Bill Allred, and then below it in quotes, Bud. Yeah.
And at the end, you should just have the sentence, in lieu of flowers. And that's it.
That's it. That's
it.
Yeah.
Just in.
Yeah.
In lieu of flowers.
In lieu of flowers.
And make it Bud with 2 Ds. That's something else that Jim has pointed out. Make it Bud with 2 Ds.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Bill was not a fan of unannounced sesame seeds.
No, that makes you sound interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's do the promo and crawl toward the exits.
It's here somewhere. I know it is. Hang on. There it is. Okay.
We are on the 15th week of broadcasting live from home, so join Radio from Hell for the 15th Tuesday at home.
Well, that means LeVar and LeGrand have been coming by for 15 weeks at least, and they will be back at 7 a.m. for the Utah Word of the Day. Oh, boy.
Well, at least they aren't sick. Which reminds me, our weekly COVID-19 update will happen at 7:45, and a member of the State Coronavirus Task Force will have the latest information for us.
And, of course, Todd will be here for Tuesday Tunes with Todd at 9.
Don't miss everything happening on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
She asked.
Did it sound like a question?
It did to me.
I'm sorry.
On X96?
On X96?
That's fine.
All right. Is that good? I think we got everything right. We got all of our business there. Oh, remind everyone. Well, there were promos running, but we should remind everyone about the film festival. X96.com/ well, no, just X96.com. It's one of the rotating banners on the main web page. You can click on that, and you can go in, and you can watch all of the films. And hey, it's free. There you go. That's something. And second, you are the judge, not some highfalutin film critic or something like that. You are the judge. You'll get to vote on the films there. So watch them all and then vote. It's something to do while you're not working at work.
That's positively exciting.
Mm-hmm. Alice Cooper has chocolate milk? What?
What? Huh?
He's set to release his own line of chocolate milk this fall. What the hell?
Well, okay.
It's for charity, but...
Chocolate milk for charity.
That's odd. Okay. Good job, Katie. Thank you very much. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
On X96?
Corey is next.